All looks good. Okay. Alright. That's a start. Now let's see if I can get the timer on screen. There we go. That works. I feel like this music is pretty loud. Hey there, Dingus Wolf. Yeah, I don't know whether I will like it or not. I'm honestly just curious about it. I might not play it for super long. Just want to get a sense of what it's like. Ah, that is good to know. I was wondering actually whether it had a tutorial. I think I only looked at it for like a couple minutes just while I was trying to get this to stream it all. My impression is it has a lot of campaigns, and so I guess the first campaign would be the tutorial one. A little bit like the beginning levels in Caesar. Also, let me know how the audio is and everything. Yeah, the main menu music is really loud. I can temporarily up myself a little bit for the purpose of this menu. It seems to be quite a bit louder than the main game, as far as I can tell. But we can fix it. Okay, there's a bunch of shorter campaigns. Each campaign is several missions on one city. Okay. Well, maybe you can guide me to the correct thing. Otherwise, I will just start at whatever they indicate is the first one. I mean, the only thing I know about it is, you know, it's Greek themed and it has walkers. Yes, I have played Caesar. I've made a couple Caesar maps, and in order to be able to test my own Caesar maps, I've been actually making my way through, excuse me, making my way through the official Caesar campaign. I haven't finished it yet, but I got like, I don't know, I'm at the penultimate map or something. So I have some experience with it. I've watched a lot of Caesar, more than that I've been good at it myself. Zeus is mostly a mix of Pharaoh and Emperor gameplay with some unique things of its own. Okay. I mean, the bits I've seen of Pharaoh looked kind of good. Not counting the remix, obviously, or the remake. Should be easy to get into if you know Caesar. Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping. And I also just want to check it out, because I like Greek-themed stuff in principle more than I like Roman-themed stuff. I've heard that several people in the community who played this didn't really like it. Maybe I will also not like it. But yeah, for me it was just like, hey, I want to try this out. I want to getting a sense of what the game is like. I might not play it for super long. But you know, I'm a little bit basically familiar with Impressions Walker games. I'm not very good at them, playing them myself, but I've definitely seen a lot of them. And since I like Greeks more than Romans, all else being equal, I wanted to get a sense of this. So I guess in a minute I'll just have a swig of a drink and then I will get into it. I should also reiterate that this is a completely blind run. I have not played this game at all. I just did a bit of basic setup and testing because this game needs quite a bit of patching apparently to run at all. There's a patch to get it to appear on widescreen, as you can sort of, well, I mean what passes for widescreen, as you can see now, and then there's a patch for the patch in order to fix apparently some animation issues or something. So I did that, and that's pretty much it. Alright, let's see if we can get rid of that timer. There we go. I was captured by your Emperor windowing OBS. Okay, that might work. Yeah, I basically am capturing the display rather than the game, which is why I have to use some hotkeys now. I don't know what Poseidon actually entails as opposed to Zeus. I'm guessing, I'm just saying Zeus the way we do in the Netherlands, by the way. I'm guessing Poseidon is extra campaigns or something. But yeah, let's proceed with me as leader. Yeah, Poseidon is an expansion, but I don't know what it expands. So we'll say resume adventure, but I didn't actually do anything other than pick a random thing and set up the screen. So in reality I will start somewhere at the beginning. More mythological stuff, think Atlantis. Oh my god. I will be honest that all of that with the monsters and the Atlantis and so on, it doesn't necessarily sound good, right? Because it's like you're playing a city builder. That's ultimately a kind of strategy management game. You don't want to just throw random things into there. I think a little bit, whenever in the next adventure, I will try to tone down the music a little bit, because even in the game it was pretty loud, and I did turn it down. These are not the tutorials, okay? So what are the tutorials? Do I go back? Oh, right, there are tutorials here. I just totally did not actually see that. Fair enough, thanks for alerting me. I guess we will start with the beginning tutorials, housing and people. Okay, there's no voice, fair enough. Welcome to the first Zeus tutorial. This is the goals screen, where you receive basic instructions about how to build and manage cities in the Greek world. This lesson has no specific goals indicated by the phrase open playing, no episode goals above. I guess these are like equivalent to your Caesar targets, victory conditions. To exit this screen, click your right mouse button, okay. To return for further instructions, click the episode goals button, which you can see here. Let's do that. So you're going to exit this screen. You study a sample neighborhood that we have provided. First things you'll learn about are roads and walkers. Okay, well we know how roads and walkers in principle work. You walk from buildings. Click with your right mouse button on any building. Walk on location to see what it is. Can I do that from here? I cannot. The residents of this house need food from an agora before the house can improve. Okay, well that looks all very familiar. Center on this. Lay out a looping road like you see in the sample neighborhood by clicking the roads button. Place long, blah blah blah, you can drag, okay. So where is our roads button? That is our roads button, I'm guessing. So we'll make another block here. Something like, I don't know, this. It doesn't have an interactive tutorial aspect, so I guess it doesn't like check whether you've done it. Make sure the road loop for your new neighborhood is not it's not connected to the sample neighborhood. Okay, I've already done it wrong. Amazing. Then we will get rid of it. And we will get rid of that also. And I will make a different one. It's a good start. Love to see it. Well, this is also really hard. You can't actually see where you are, or at least it's hard to see what you're cancelling. Fine, we'll do it like this. Back we go. Cool. Housing and immigration. The population tab gives information about your city's people and housing. From here, place some vacant housing lots inside the block alongside the road by clicking the common housing button. Population. That would be the common housing button. Eventually new workers will move into the vacant lots, turning them into huts. Place large sections of housing by holding the left mouse button and dragging, then continue. Cool. Okay, so it looks a little... It's a little different from Caesar. You don't make your own 1x1s or things like that. Only goes 2x2 and doesn't let you fill this out. Oh, here are our mixes.
Word is that there are plenty of jobs here for anyone who wants one.
A new city, a new home, and maybe a new job.
Fortune is smiling upon me.
He doesn't even want to be a lion tamer.
Thrown out of my home. What did I do to deserve this?
Well, that is even more tragic than the Caesar one. Is the lady anything else to say? I don't know.
Word is that there are plenty of jobs here for anyone who wants one.
Okay, I'm gonna take it that we have done this. Oh, there's more people coming. So these are just huts. That's good. We have a few occupied huts in my new neighborhood. Most buildings need regular maintenance so they don't catch fire or collapse. That's very clear. In the sample neighborhood, a superintendent, I guess not a prefect, periodically emerges from the maintenance office tending to the building he happens to pass. At the top of the hygiene and safety tab, click see hazards. Look for a rising hazard column. Oh, building, yeah, okay. Click to see hazard building again. To add a maintenance office to your new neighborhood, select the hygiene and safety tab. Click the maintenance office building. That is you. We'll park you, why not here? Yeah, this is a system they eventually used for Emperor. No more merging, instead all common housing is 2x2. Elite housing is 4x4. I mean, in the defense of that, even though I like the variety between the 1x1 and 2x2 blocks, that they made these mechanical things that make mergers so much more important than non-merged things, kinda took the benefit out of that.
Have you ever seen more solid buildings? Archimedes would be proud.
That's kind of funny. It's like way more American. I wouldn't have thought that, like, for Rome they have all these British things and then suddenly this is like ultra American. Okay, we have maintenance services. That's very nice. Water for houses. A water bearer periodically emerges from the fountain carrying water to the houses he passes. That's kind of fun. You know, water bearers are something you see very often on Greek vases, right? Especially the water vases, of course, the water jugs. It's a big thing. So I quite enjoy that they have that, and that there's not just fountains that are not interacted with. They couldn't be bothered finding actual Greek actors. That would also have been kind of funny, right? Like they all have a heavy Greek accent. I mean, accent. Speak Greek accent. Carrying water to the houses he passed. Actually, when I went to Greece in March, was the last time I was there, I did quite a bit of modern Greek on Duolingo. I really do like Greek as a language. To see which houses have water, select the hygiene and safety tab. Click water, cool. Yeah, okay, it's the columns principle. We know that from Caesar. We don't actually learn anything about... Oh, that's, yeah, okay, only in the example neighborhood where we have a fountain. Cool. Use the clear land building, configurations of roads, housing and working buildings. Use the undo. So I guess because you have 2x2s, that's why they make it kind of a structure like this, so that you have some measure of efficiency. Then return to this screen and click next tutorial. Let's do that. Oh yeah, actually I need to make this music even quieter than it already is. See, this is 30% and it's really loud. At least to me, it seems really loud. I don't know how it is to you. Your people need to eat. The sea can be bountiful. Okay. It is pretty loud. Yeah, I thought so. I might turn it down later. If it's still loud after this, I'll turn it down even further. The sea can be a bountiful source of food. In this tutorial, we've provided a sample neighborhood which has a working fishing industry, and another neighborhood to its right which does not. You're going to add a fishing industry to the neighborhood that needs one. But first study how this works in the sample neighborhood. Fishing boats set out to sea from a fishery. Okay, these also look very similar to the Caesar ones. And return with fish. Then delivery men transport the fish to the nearest granary, which I'm guessing is this. Right-click to exit the screen. Observe this process in the sample neighborhood. Let's do that. You are the granary, indeed. You are the fishery. There doesn't seem to be a shipyard. I guess that was... I've always wondered why Caesar has a separate shipyard anyway. It seems a little bit of a redundant building. I'm invited to every symposium. That's very nice. Here goes the fishman. He doesn't have a text line. That's unfortunate. I guess these are the water carriers.
Workers everywhere and not a job to take.
Well, if water carrying weren't a two-person job, I'd be out of work too.
Okay. At least that's kind of clever. They have two different guys. Nice. Okay, we get the idea. Place a fishery near your neighborhood. Go on to the right, selecting the husbandry tab, the land and sea button. Putting your fishing spot. Cool. So this is that, I'm guessing. Land and sea, fishery. And where's the fishing spot? Building needs access to a road. Give it access to a road. What is that? That's a roadblock. Okay. And so these are your seagulls. They have their employees. They are busy building a boat. I guess that is what they are doing. There's no zooming. Okay. The Emperor, they have Chinese accents. I'm not sure if that's like an improvement, unless they're like legitimate Chinese accents. Step 2, storing food. Oh, food is stored in a granary. Build a granary. Select the distribution tab. Then the granary button. Distribution being a vase. Okay. Connected by road to the fishery. You may find that walkers walk the wrong way, then you can use roadblocks like a noob. You probably don't need to do it, but you can do it if you want to. Specific destination ones, ignore roadblocks. Okay, good, good, good. So we will build a granary. We'll park the granary here. Let's see if that works. I mean, this is all pretty obvious, right? From having played this kind of game before and having seen it, but might as well do the tutorial properly. Now they load. This all takes like a lot longer than it does in Caesar, but I guess it's probably very low speed. And the fish is sticking out of the granary at the top. Cool. Remember to click with your right mouse button on anything to learn what it is. Yep, cool. The Agora is the marketplace of a neighborhood supplying food and other goods to its residents. In the sample neighborhood, a food vendor periodically sets out from the Agora, heads for the nearest granary to procure food ignoring roadblocks. A peddler then emerges from the Agora to roam the streets delivering food. Okay, so it's not the same market lady, it's two different ones. Observe this process in the sample neighborhood and then return here. Let us do that. I'm guessing you are the market lady. And you're the peddler?
What is it you wanted, Mrs. Pericles? Ah, yes, here you go.
And you can see what they have. Food, fleece, olive oil, wine, armor, horses. Houses want horses? Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, we have to build another granary for some reason. Then we build an agora directly on top of a road. Yes, okay, clear. No, not you. You. Granary here. Agora. Common agora. Sure. Can't carry you. Yeah, we'll see if it's nice. I mean, I just wanted to try it out. Everybody in the Jake Court community is very negative about it, and quite possibly I will be negative about it too. But you know, you don't know if you don't try. Oh, work at an agora that has no vendor stalls. What does that mean? Okay. Adding a food vendor. You only need one. A food vendor stall to your agora. Click the agora button. Select the food vendor. How bizarre. Why would you? Okay. So I guess you can you have one marketplace per neighborhood and you can kind of customize what sort of things they gather. That's a very different approach. It might be nice. It feels in some ways a bit more realistic. I think Zeus is the best tutorials in the whole Impression series. Yeah, I mean it seems very thorough. Certainly more than Caesar's tutorials, which are actually, if you don't know the game at all, not super helpful, I think. You learn it much more by playing. Peddler is out and about. That makes the huts upgrade to shacks, it seems. That's very cool, which gets our nixes
Word
in.
is that there are plenty of jobs here for anyone who wants one.
I'm not altogether sure that I like the voice acting as much as in Caesar. I mean, the Caesar voice acting is really good. And this one, well, we'll see. Yeah, use roadblocks to make sure the peddler blah blah blah. I'm not too worried about it. They will upgrade their dwelling to a shack, which can hold more people than a hut. And you can see what they have, which is to say they have, I'm guessing that's meant to be a 6 in a sort of faux Greek font. 16. Very nice. Next tutorial. Ooh, this looks fancy already. As houses develop, they can generally hold more people. Developing the housing you already have is a better way to grow your population than simply building more houses. For houses to develop beyond mere shacks, residents need access to some cultural diversions. In the sample neighborhood, a college trains philosophers. and then proceed to a podium to speak. Roaming philosophers then emerge from the podium, teaching philosophy to any houses they pass. You know, that's really like, you gotta imagine the Greek sort of like Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? You have food, and then the next layer is philosophy. You gotta admire that. Build a college and a podium in your neighborhood by selecting the Culture tab and then clicking the Philosophy button. So the Culture tab is the disc thrower, okay. To see what houses have access to philosophy, click to see philosophers. A shack with access to some culture becomes a hovel. See philosophers. Yeah, here we have one.
The city's problems aren't just rhetorical, but it could be worse.
Okay, that's funny. Imagine Socrates bothering everyone passing on the street, raising your housing value. You see, the thing is, if he did bother everyone, right? And if he had also raised the housing value, they would never have killed him. These philosophers in this game are onto something. Step 2. Athletics. Exercise is important for your citizens. Give some of your city's households access to athletics by selecting the Culture tab, clicking the Gymnasium button and placing a gymnasium. Soon athletes will roam the streets serving as personal trainers to each household they pass. Who wouldn't want that? I was like, I could use a free PT, you know? Oh, I need to switch the philosopher version off. But can you define value? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you can define value if you can see the housing just upgrade, right? That's pretty objective. Alright. Is that
I'm beginning to lose my manly muscles! I need food if I'm going to maintain my Adonis-like body.
Tell me all about your Adonis-like body, dear. I love it.
I'm beginning to lose my manly muscles! I need food if I'm going to maintain my Adonis-like body.
It's a bit of a prejudice to assume that everybody's into muscular guys, you know? My experience, that's really not that true. No one wants to live in an attractive area. Oh, hey, Franconian. I see you have made it out of your temple. No one wants to live in an attractive area. To see how appealing an area is, select the Aesthetics tab, then click See Appeal at the top. Very appealing areas appear light, while unappealing areas, such as those near industrial buildings, appear dark. You can increase the appeal of an area by clicking the Beautification or Recreational Areas buttons on the Aesthetics tab. You're gonna love a game that has an Aesthetics tab, and placing some of the items you see available. Of course, you can also increase the appeal of an area by relocating particularly unattractive structures to a more appropriate location. Very good, let's do that. We have a park here. I think that is a park. I think these are all bits of park. Let's build some more park. Oh wow, you can make really big, nice pieces of park. And we can make a bench. Is the bench on the road? The bench is not on the road. That's a bit of a shame. But it does remind me of theme parks, building these benches. That's kind of nice. We have a flower garden, which I guess is sort of the equivalent of a medium statue. So let's give that a go. 1, 2, 1, 2. See appeal. Somewhat appealing. Somewhat appealing. Not the most appealing thing anyone's ever seen. Oh, hi Baron. Franconian says barely Act 2 continues in the next zone. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that voice line is very extra, which, you know, I can kind of appreciate that. You gotta love it. Commemorative monuments. Sometimes when you achieve something truly spectacular, you'll see a third button on the Aesthetics tab for a commemorative monument you can build. When you've brought culture to your neighborhood and made it more appealing, return here and click Next Tutorial to continue. Have we done everything we could do? We have a philosophy place. That's you. A podium. That's the college. I love this. With full employment, this college is unleashing new philosophers in the city as fast as it can. That's a good word for it. What else do we have? They're complaining about food. City hygiene, we have a fountain, we have a maintenance office. Let's look at what a fountain looks like. Okay, got it. Next. Unrest and plague. Things aren't always going to be fine and dandy in your city. Many of the things you'll need to do as a leader can make you unpopular and create unrest among your people. Also, as a city becomes crowded, plague is more likely to strike. It can strike anywhere. So that's, I'm guessing this here. Step 1. Assessing unrest. The former leader of this city paid low wages, generating a lot of unrest here. I wonder who that might have been. What kind of governor would not pay proper wages? To assess unrest in the city's houses, click See Unrest at the top of the Hygiene and Safety tab. Alright, that is you. See Unrest. Unrest is very high. Everybody is mad. Barangomic strike. Perhaps. I don't know, has Baron ever played this game? When unrest is really high, its disgruntled residents may loiter in the streets. I mean, imagine that. That is a very serious offense. And even become outlaws. So how do we deal with these loiterers? It's best to prevent unrest by treating your people fairly. I mean, that's certainly one way of doing it. Sometimes, as in the sample city, you'll find yourself in need of a more immediate solution, namely a little muscle in the form of some watchmen. Place some watch posts by selecting the Hygiene and Safety tab and clicking the Watch Post button. Then the watch post man will emerge. Cool. Let's do it. So we have our little prefectures. Let's get out of this mode. This sort of awkwardly gliding phalanx man.
There's a lot of unrest in the city, so let's be careful out there.
Don't you think he sounds a little bit like Trump?
There's a lot of unrest in the city, so let's be careful out there.
No, I've heard bad things, but you haven't really seen it played. Yeah, that's the thing, I've also heard bad things about it. I guess I can turn my mic down slightly now. I've also heard kind of bad things about it, but I thought I would see for myself. I can't unhear Trump. Yeah, seriously though. It gets less over time, but the beginning of that sentence is very Trumpian. Okay, so this is all cool. He subdues outlaws that he encounters. When unrest is under control, return here to learn about hygiene and plague. To prevent widespread plague, maintain good city hygiene by ensuring that food and the services of a healer, I guess there should have been a comma here, are available to as many of your citizens as possible. Select the Hygiene and Safety tab and you'll see that in the sample city hygiene is not good and is getting worse because there are few food vendors and no infirmaries. Let's have a look at that. No healer access. This household ate well last month. Doesn't seem to be too bad on that score. Oh, is there fighting going on? Oh wow.
I don't mean to be bad. I'm just miffed because I don't have a job or a nice house to go home to.
Are they really?
I don't mean to be bad. I'm just miffed because I...
Unrest in the city? Shut your mouth. Things are peaceful here.
More and more people are saying it. The services of a healer from an infirmary are important for maintaining good hygiene. Provide this troubled city with healers by selecting the Hygiene and Safety tab and placing some infirmaries, which is the kind of bed thing. Need to unleash your robocopy class. Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll get to that, I'm sure, when we get to build forts and stuff, at least assuming they have the equivalent of that. Infirmaries are very unappealing to live near, so consider their placement carefully. Beautify the surrounding area. So the infirmary goes here and here maybe. Let's see how they spawn.
I hope the unemployed find jobs soon. It's not good for the psyche or the body.
Very good. See if that helps at all. Hygiene is now high. Are you going to do the loop? You're not going to do the other loop. Great. People like me well enough. I mean, I also like myself well enough, so that seems about right. Providing food. There is plenty of food in the city's granary, so just add food vendors to the agoras to supply the city with much needed food. As they begin to eat regular meals and see the healer, city hygiene will eventually improve. I do kind of like that food affects hygiene as well. That kind of makes sense. If a plague does break out, you can identify infected houses by the green haze hovering over them. When hygiene in the sample city is excellent, you'll know your city is out of danger and you can continue to the next tutorial. Very good. Out of this here, what was the distribution? Storehouse, agoras, food vendors. Build a food vendor here. Oh, you are allowed to have only one food vendor per agora, apparently. That is... I'm ready to use the Augustus' option to show spawn points. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's one of the big Augustus things where it's like, on the one hand, huge quality of life improvement, yes. On the other hand, it's also kind of trivializing one of the main mechanics of the game, right? Okay, hygiene is excellent and climbing. I mean, I have a little bit of mixed feelings about Augustus because what I would kind of ideally like is a game that has some of the quality of life stuff that Augustus brings, but not all of these, you know, mechanical changes, new buildings, all that kind of stuff. Like, preserve the original game. But for example, you know, for making maps, it's nice that you can custom set up your trade situation or your location on the Empire map. That sort of stuff. So that's why I suggested that they should make a Tiberius that has a bit of the one and not the other. Or maybe Germanicus or something like that. In addition to food, households need other goods from the Agora, such as fleece for clothing, and already the city is much more developed. The sample neighborhood has a working fleece industry, where shepherds tend to flock, shear sheep, and return to the carding shed with fleece. I guess that's up here. Fleece is then delivered to the nearest storehouse. Only food can be stored in a granary. Observe this process, then return to learn how to provide the residents of your neighborhood with fleece. Very well, we shall observe this process. I can't get over what the, like... Speaking of flamboyant and extra, I mean, look at this guy's outfit.
Have you ever seen more solid buildings? Archimedes would be proud.
You are the maintenance office, okay, yeah.
Perhaps you should herd up the unemployed and drive them out of town.
Perhaps. Okay, so they herd sheep. At least you don't kill the sheep on the maps in this game. You have a carding shed. The shepherds are refusing to leave the carding shed. Either no sheep live in the city or the shepherds can't access the pasture. Sure. And this is a storehouse where they are awaiting instructions. You know what? I think the music is still kind of loud. Oh, they reset it every time as well. Great. Also rotate it. Jake also expressed a similar sentiment. The question now is finding someone who would be willing to do it. Yeah. And I mean, I guess the point with Julius was that it would have still save game compatibility with the original game, right? Which, if you did even what I propose, I think you wouldn't have it, right? As far as I understand, they did everything they could do that is still save game compatible. That's my understanding. I too would like a sort of Augustus Light, easy to ask for, less so to do. Oh yeah, I mean, but this is like with anything, right? Is people are like, why don't you just implement X, Y, and Z? And it's like, well, you do it then, right? But I'm just saying, like, you know, this is sort of what I would ideally like in terms of choosing between the options. And that's why I would err personally on the side of Julius over Augustus. That's also why I've been making maps for Julius. And also because I know Julius better from watching streams and stuff. Okay. Place a carding shed next to a road in your neighborhood by selecting the husbandry tab, clicking the herding button. Then you select sheep and you put sheep in the meadow. You need to have purple vegetation. But they have already done that, right? Maybe I can do it again. Was it here? It was here. Parting shed number 2. Sheep. It's kind of amusing that you pay to place sheep. But it makes some sense. I mean, it is cattle, right? And we need even more carting sheds. Amazing. We get our sheep industry going. So this is basically the farmland equivalent. Storing fleece and other goods. Build a storehouse to store fleece by selecting the distribution tab. Clicking the storehouse button. And see how much fleece is stored in the city at the top of the distribution tab. Let us do this. We have our storehouse. Get off of there. The thing with Augustus is earlier we kept everything modular and optional, save for fixing obvious bugs, but almost all of the old vets rejected that anyway. So at some point there was no audience for that and the people wanted Augustus, wanted new content. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, right? I mean, Marek is always evangelizing Augustus and he's basically saying, well, look, it's like kind of a new game, but it's just a strictly better game. So that's why you should play it, which is also a legitimate way of thinking about it. It just seems to me like, you know, we like the original game. The original game was pretty good. It just like needs, you know, just a few things that you would do in a modern implementation. More like a remaster than a sequel, right? I mean, Augustus is more like what Caesar 4 would have been or should have been. That seems good. Well, you see as a commodity to be stockpiled, no one in the city can use it. Commodities so designated are shown in yellow, in parentheses, I guess they mean sus, on the distribution tab. Later on you may need to give this instruction, right now you don't. That's nice. Distributing fleece, you'll need another kind of vendor, a fleece vendor. Put it in the agora. Let's do it. Agora's fleece vendor. Except we have one, I guess. So we will make the road connect. We will put a storehouse here. And then we will park a fleece vendor here. And look at them go. And when we had to make the decision if we keep everything optional or not, because that took a lot of effort and complicated stuff for new people, it was a pretty obvious choice. Yeah, it is. I mean, if you want Julius, you play Julius, right? If you want all the Augustus stuff, you play Augustus. But I think it's more that, like, it feels at a certain point like a lot of, you know, what you can do with Julius has been done, or people sort of exhaust what they think they can do with Julius, but they would like just a little bit more flexibility, so you can make different kinds of custom maps and so on. I think it's mostly about that, because it's the custom maps ultimately that give the game its replayability, and that's not something that right now has sort of infinite room for novelty in it, at least as long as the trading system is as it is. At least I think so. I mean, it's still going pretty strong. But the thing with Augustus is, like, it really has, like, such different mechanics in many ways, and it takes away some of the old difficulties, it introduces a lot of new ones. So if you're good at Julius, you can't necessarily learn to play Augustus, or vice versa. And then you really don't have a lot of overlapping audience. Right click on any house to see what food and goods its residents have stored inside. I wonder if that's what this is. Residents of a shack receive some fleece from the peddler. They'll upgrade their dwelling to a homestead or even to a tenement if its residents have access to 2 types of culture. Very well. So these guys are all now upgrading because they're being visited by the peddler man. All of our nixes come in. These guys are tenements. The houses cannot evolve until its residents receive some olive oil. So we've reached our small insulae. It seems there are fewer stages of house in this game, perhaps, than in Caesar, but might be too early to tell. Well, that all seems to be going well.
Some of the peripatetic people should find themselves some employment.
But look, it's Epicurus.
No wolf will catch my sheep, not while I'm here anyway.
There's Dorcos. Let's have this guy again.
Look at all those flabby idlers without jobs. They should get in shape and find jobs.
Amazing.
All hail my hearty crew. Poseidon will soon wonder where all his fish went.
Is it really an RPG or a strategy game if you don't have pirate voice?
There are more unemployed people here than there are fish in the sea.
Very good, very good. Olive oil is needed by your city's households and is produced by a two-step process. They really do make everything like... I guess there's fewer goods and they make them more complicated to make. In the sample neighborhood on the left side of the city, olives are harvested from olive orchards, then pressed at the olive press to produce oil. Olive oil is then distributed to houses in the same manner as fleece. Observe this, then return to learn how to grow olives for your neighborhood on the right side of the city. Let us observe it. I suppose that is this here. This man who is wobbling his arms.
Maybe one day branches from this olive tree will be made into a wreath to crown a great champion.
Oh. Very well. Oh, he disappeared.
All of my customers will love this olive oil.
Dude, look at the size of this basket.
Careful! This fleece is for the Agora. If you rip it ease, you mend it ease.
My good lord. So, I have to switch the music off even lower. And yes, I did get the pun. Is there a guy from here? There isn't like a presser man. Okay, that's fair enough. Very well, we have observed. Growing olives. Select the husbandry tab. Click the orchards. Plant some olive trees in a meadow. This must grow in a meadow. This is the only land fertile enough to support crops. Now place a grower's lodge next to a road, so you have growers to tend the olive trees. The voice lines are very goofy, yeah. I mean... well, I don't want to judge too early necessarily. Actually, it makes more sense to build the lodge first. I don't want to judge too early necessarily. I think they were trying to go for like, let's be a little zingier, a little funnier, take ourselves a little less seriously. I'm not sure if it's an enormous success. The thing is also, like, to see their voice acting was still kind of amusing, right? It was still funny, but it was also really well done. Whereas this is just trying to be really zany. And zany is something that, you know, doesn't age well. Gets on your nerves a lot faster than something that's kind of serious with an ironic touch. And why they all have to be so American, I don't know either. So is this now working? Stored olives. It has everything, blah blah blah. They are out looking for ripe fruit to harvest. Okay. Clearing off. That's all clear, very good. We have growers there, then we need to press the olives. Olives are harvested, they will be prepared in a grower's lodge, then delivered directly to an olive press for processing. Everything else will go to a storehouse. Adding oil vendor to the agora. Very well. We have a pressing thing. Industry, workshops, olive press. Get ourselves 2 of these. Yeah, it's a bit jarring. The American accents is... yeah, really. It seems a little odd. I mean, even like... comedy Greek accents would honestly maybe have been better than just like, we're randomly seeing Americans. Like, dude. I mean, come on. They all love olive oil, that's very good. Then we shall get our Agora man.
All of my customers will love this olive oil.
And then that one is randomly not like hyper-American. The animations are pretty funny though, you gotta give them that. I mean, look at this. Alright, and now they are upgrading. Why are you not upgrading? House cannot evolve. Some of the buildings in the area have reduced the neighborhood's appeal. Very well. And here also. What was the... Was that you? No, that's the culture. Aesthetics. What if I build you some flower gardens? Here and here and here and here. You're still unhappy about the appeal. Have some gardens. There we go. Right click on any working building, such as an olive press, to see how many employees work there. Yeah, we know that. Without enough people, it will not work. Don't build too many industries until you have the workforce to support them. On the industry tab, you can change how much you pay your workers. If you pay too low a wage, you may become unpopular. Very good. Now is your chance to build your first small city from scratch. This is what we have been waiting for. While prior lessons have been in open play with no specific goals, here you need to achieve a very specific goal with your city. When you embark upon a full-fledged adventure in Zeus, it will usually be divided into phases called episodes. To complete each episode, you'll have to achieve specific goals which are listed at the top of this panel. Okay, so you don't have one set of goals for a map, but multiple. When you complete a mission goal, it is checked off in the list above. To complete this episode, you'll need to support at least 50 people in apartments by providing them with food, water, fleece, olive oil, and 2 types of culture. Clean water from a fountain. Alright. See what we can do here. We have you. Let's go build some kind of loop. No idea what's a good loop, but let's make a loop. We can build a road block because we're noobs. We build some houses. It's a lot of houses. Is this the pause button? This is the pause button. Excellent. Then where did we have our maintenance man? The maintenance man is probably here. We want a fountain somewhere, like here. We want a maintenance office, which can go here. We have a watch post, which can go here. Honorable King, your city needs more workers. If the job vacancies in the city go unfilled, services could suffer. Incredibly wide. I mean, I guess that's what you get with the widescreen mod.
Unrest in the city? Shut your mouth. Things are peaceful here.
Unrest in the city? Folks, you hate to see it, folks. That unrest in the city. It's the absolute worst unrest in the city. Everybody's saying it. I appreciate that Emperor had an actual Chinese accent, sort of voice acting. Yeah, like if they got actual Chinese actors or Chinese American actors or whatever to do it, that would honestly be much better. They should have just gotten some Greek actors to do this, right? That would not have been particularly difficult. Alright, what do they need? They need food from an agora. We need to do some fishing, I guess, first and foremost. Land and sea, get some fisheries, which we can build here and here. They will want road access, like so. Have a roadblock here. We will build a granary here. And we will have our common agora. Why not here? Food man goes here. I don't know how many fisheries we need. It might be good to have a bunch of them. At least internally consistent. But yeah, also that. Where it's like they randomly decided, people call me one of the immortals. Let's hope that that's true. Like, yeah, when they randomly decide to, like, have one of them not be American, it's a bit like, what are you doing exactly? Let's have extra intersections, because that's always good with the walker system. Now we gotta wait for them to make boats. There we go.
You could improve things, but it's not too terrible living here.
Have you ever seen more solid buildings? Archimedes would be proud.
Pick up your side. I'm doing all the work.
I'm doing my best. I'm so hungry.
Well, so am I, but I'm not complaining.
I mean, there's something like conceptually funny going on there. It's just the execution isn't amazing. Also, I believe that I installed a patch that fixes some of the overly fast animations, which are in turn the result of the patch that makes this game streamable. But I think some of the animations are actually still, like, faster than they should be. So it looks a little odd, but that's not actually the game's fault. Yeah, there are some comedic voice lines like that in Emperor too, but they work better there. Maybe the nostalgia goggles though. Well, I don't know. I haven't really seen Emperor played much. I think Kaladin maybe played it at one point, but I don't remember much of it. And the only thing I remember is that Feng Shui is a thing, I think, in how you build stuff. Okay, here goes the market lady. Here's our food vendor man. You streamed it, but it was a while ago. I streamed it regularly, yeah. I mean, well, maybe I'll check it out as well. Can't hurt, right? Now they are all upgrading. It fixed the problem with animations being super slow, which impacted gameplay. Our fledgling village now boasts a population of 100 people. I guess the cities are also smaller than in Caesar, which would make sense. Where do I even see how many people I have? Ah, up here. Right, got it. Do we have an unemployment counter here? Current food production importation can support 0 people. Stored food for 5 months, far too little. Sure. Why? I mean, I can build more fisheries if they like. Also these guys. Probably also need a maintenance office, right? At least if this is anything like Caesar. They should have plenty of food. Okay, well maybe I'll just wait and see for it to update. I would think also that 3 of these things is a lot of food for this amount of people, right? But I don't know what the proportions are. There's no unrest. unrest in the city. That is nice. Immigration limited by lack of housing. Housing vacancies. That's cool. We wanted to have, what was it again? 500, no, 50 people in an apartment or better. Okay, so we just need to upgrade this essentially. So let's go do that. The next bit was sheep, right? We need water if this house is to evolve. We need more water things. Where is that again? Gonna take a little bit for me to remember where everything is. It's not industry. Where did I? Oh yeah, here. No, I did see it. You always have more fountains if you like. The water walker goes off to the north because it's next to the road outside the roadblock. Oh, he's spawning here, is he? Yeah, you're right. That he is. Classic walker fun. Well, that's fine. So here's our water guys. We need more culture venues. Very nice. Let's go do that. We have to have a college, which I'm going to assume is a nice thing. And we will build a podium. I guess this is kind of like the Lion House and the Colosseum. I think like you get a walker that goes to the other side. So how do you like the style of this game so far, also in comparison to the other similar city builders? Yeah, we need more workers, that's cool. I don't know, I mean the art style is nice. I think the art style is nice, the animations and things like this are in some sense actually a little better maybe than in Caesar. Although Caesar leaves a bit more to the imagination. But I think visually it looks good. I like what they did with the animations. The voice acting so far I don't like at all. I think it's trying way too hard to be zingy and funny and kind of missing the mark pretty badly. Otherwise, mechanics wise, I haven't really played it long enough to say.
My advice to you is get married. If you find a good wife, you'll be happy. If not, you'll become a philosopher.
What I'm missing a little bit, which is really good in Caesar and I think easy to underappreciate, is the little constant sort of repeating background sound elements that each of your buildings produce. So the more buildings you place, the more you get, like, you know, the chant from the temple, the crashing sound from the pottery shop, etc, etc. There doesn't seem to be as much of that here, or it's maybe I've turned it off too quiet. I'm probably planning Emperor stream soon if you're interested in watching. I am certainly interested in watching that. I may have seen one of your streams back in the day, probably I did, but I just don't remember it very well. Okay, now we need to have more appeal. I'm obviously doing this in a very slow way compared to what you would do if you knew this game at all. Nice, okay, now we need to go for the golden fleece. We need a carting shed, we need some sheep. Build a little road here. Have a little roadblock here. I have a car. Oh, I guess it needs to get... So they have global housing, or what is it, labor access it seems. They don't have a labor walkers. So let's go some of these guys here. It's probably way too much, right? But so fine. This is my money, okay. Then, if I remember right, we need an Agora man who is a fleece vendor. Hi, good games. I mean, we'll see about that. Maybe it's a good game. I don't know yet. I mean, again, I think it looks nice. So it's definitely got that going for it. Dwelling is waiting for new supplies to arrive. Is that happening, or did I forget something in this process? Is there an industrial thing for fleece? There is not. Do I need a workshop, maybe? I think I need a storehouse, don't I? Where are you gonna put that storehouse? Probably not here, but let's do it anyway. This is obviously not optimal building. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's have our guy again.
This city is like Ajax, head and shoulders above the rest.
This city truly is a utopia, and I can't think of a wiser leader.
Me neither, philosopher, me neither.
Get your genuine, first quality, Agora approved goods here. No imitations.
Note that you can customize how much of each good is stored in a warehouse. You can, that's true. Is there a specific reason I should do so right now? Or is he going to deposit all the fleece here and not put it in the Agora? Oh yeah, but it's useful for having equal amounts of fleece and olive oil, for instance. Ah yeah, like I guess to prevent these kind of like upgrade, downgrade cycles. Okay, so our peddler man has provided everybody supposedly with the necessities. Or is doing so, maybe? There he goes.
We need fleece. Time to buy some more.
Okay. You do gotta wonder a little bit what they were thinking. Warehouse is also needing inspector. Yeah. That is a valid point. Where is this again? It's here. Good idea to have a maintenance office. That's gonna lock everything in. Let's get our man over here. Is this gonna work? Maybe this is not gonna work. See if he will do that. He will not. Of course he goes the wrong way. Good. Now we have our tenements. What was our instructions again? Apartment or better. That's better than a tenement, I suppose. So we will need to provide some oil. You can do that. Extend you a little bit. Like over there. Oops. A grower's lodge or two. Get out of my way, sheep. Nice olive lodge. An olive press needs to go somewhere, so you can have one of those and another one of those. I'm also a little curious what the explosion of houses looks like. When you don't have your engineer's post, so to speak. How are you walking? Oh yeah, he's coming this way. Ah, but he stops there. Fair enough.
This city needs a little work around the edges.
Some of the peripatetic people should find themselves some employment.
Probably can't hurt to build another fishery, right? That's a little much. That should do.
Look at all those flabby idlers without jobs. They should get in shape and find jobs.
Unrest in the city? Shut your mouth. Things are peaceful here.
I guess we are waiting on our oil now. Do we need more oil stuff? Let's get more olive trees. It does look kind of nice, right? Like, I kind of like the animations in the Caesar farms, but the fact that this is like customizable, so you can have different shapes and so on, that has a little bit of something more natural to it. Alright, when are we going to get the oil? Is this working? This needs olives before it can make oil, okay. Am I missing anything here? We have growers' lodges. Ah, maybe it needs to look like that. Yeah, that's it. It seems to be that's a ripe state. That's fair enough. What is the speed setting anyway? The game speed is 90%, so I guess this is just a little slower than, at least in this version, than Caesar is. Although I remember a friend of mine, when I was talking about Caesar, said that he found Caesar really difficult because the game was so fast. Which I can kind of understand. It is actually pretty fast. It's a shame the cart pusher has no voice line.
Workers everywhere and not a job to take.
Well, if water carrying weren't a two-person job, I'd be out of work too.
Well, let's assume that unemployment is a good thing. Maybe it's not. Flower garden here and here and here, because why not? I like that you can put benches. It really makes me think of theme park games. What's a nice place for a bench? Way here. Some parks over here or something. There. Like here. How's the oil coming? Oh wait, that's the problem. I forgot to give the put an oil man in the agora. That's the problem. Now I figured it out. I'm an oil man. Once again from that movie that I saw like 5 minutes of. What movie is that again? That the guy goes, I'm an oil man. And he has this like fake son or something. I'm not really into movies, so I didn't pay a lot of attention, but... Oh yeah, right, we can see here now we have 1 olive, 9 fleas. Well, 1 olive seems to suggest to me we need more olive presses, and we need more industry anyway. So let's park 1 here. But look at these animations though, like these 3 guys like hanging on this thing pumping the oil, and this guy standing on top of the building like staring around him. I like the way that they pluck the olives and this stuff. I mean, I guess it's because it's also relatively a little zoomed in compared to Caesar, you get a bit more detail. I do like that about it. On the other hand, it means that it probably doesn't, you know, if you have a big city, it probably doesn't look as good at scale as Caesar does. And Caesar does have larger cities, probably. I mean, at least going by this population count. But we'll see. Well done! You have built a working city and are well on your way to becoming a leader worthy of legend. With the completion of this fine city, you're ready to embark upon the advanced Zeus tutorials. You can come back and review any of the beginning tutorials for a refresher course at any time. Let's do it. Welcome to the first advanced tutorial for Zeus. If you've completed the beginning tutorials or played one of our city building games before, this is a good place to start. It was still nice to get it from the basics. A refresher course in any of the basics like housing, food production, agriculture, consult the beginning tutorials. In this tutorial you have some fun while becoming familiar with the Zeus interface. See what Zeus has to offer by exploring the thriving city we've provided. And don't worry about money or placing buildings. Just try things out and have some fun. Okay. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can get more information. Category tabs, each relating to a particular aspect. You'll find buttons for placing buildings. Population, yes. Husbandry. Okay. Growing crops, raising livestock. Harvesting wild creatures for food. Industry is where you set the wage rate. That's good to know. Allocate labor. All the goods in the city. Hygiene and safety. Administration. You'll learn about this tab in a later lesson. Okay. Culture. The Panghalenga Games. Okay, now we're getting serious. It allows you to place buildings that enrich the lives of your people. We'll learn more about mythology later. We'll learn about this in the Warrior Society. Aesthetics, overview, take some time. Yada yada. Special city views. Click the various C buttons at the top of any tab to change the view of the city so you can only see certain buildings and walkers. Yeah, that is familiar. Fulfilling requests. Requests by other cities are listed on the overview tab too. Okay. So instead of Toga Boy giving you the requests here, it's a whole lot of Toga Boys giving you the request. Making away, that's something you might be more inclined to do, right? But it doesn't sound as fun. At the start of this tutorial, Montingaya will request 10 slabs of marble. When you have enough marble, a green light will appear next to the request. Click on the request to dispatch it. Alright, I guess we'll have a look around. What do we have here? We have bronze, marble, olives, fleece, armor, sculpture, and olive oil. Currently has a lot of fleece, has a lot of olive oil in these kind of pretty cool amphorae, although the colors are a little strange. These are apartment buildings. The appeal of the neighborhood needs to increase. This is an infirmary. That's right, I never built one, did I? Here's our agora with the different things. The podium, yes, we knew all that. This place takes bronze and olives. Sculpture studio. That's all the artists in need. Here bronze is melted and poured into molds to make gorgeous sculptures. The animations are nice, I don't like the look of the buildings. The perspective is incorrect. I mean, it's more that it's odd, right? Because it's not clear what kind of... You know what sort of zoom level it wants to have, I think, with the result that this looks like it's sort of wobbly, right? Like this is sort of sticking out this way, and this is kind of like bent in this direction, as if it's like curved like this. But I think it's just because like the zoom level is a little strange. Dearest McCain, I, Xenophon of Montingea, have a favor to ask of you. One of my sanctuaries has collapsed into a heap. I need 10 slabs of marble to rebuild it. Isn't that awkward for you now? Please send me the marble within 12 months, so the gods do not take offense. Okay, where do we do that? I have already forgotten where we do that. Read messages, orient your view world? No. Where do we do this? Overview tab. What is the overview tab? Is the overview tab? No, this is the overview tab. Ah, right, okay. That's it. Oh, guess what they also have in this game? No. Stop. 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 Sucks to be me. I mean, since this isn't the city I built myself, I don't care as much. But, you know, that's pretty well a large earthquake. It doesn't seem as impactful as the earthquake in Caesar, though, mainly because there's not a very strong... Maybe I should switch the sound effects a little higher or something? General sounds? Ambient sounds? Time for a shake-up, yeah, exactly. There is no unrest in the city. You cannot fulfill the request for marble from Montingea. We will do just that. There's an... what the hell? Gingericos! Sculpture studio delivery man is... taking oxen, I guess? Ah, this is our sculpture with a big piece of cloth over it. I mean, that's kind of cute, right? You gotta appreciate that. There are some good ideas in this game, for sure. This dairy has all the goat herds it needs. Curds are separated from whey and made into cheese at maximum efficiency. Yeah, what would be a Greece game if you didn't have feta, right? Because you sent me the 10 slabs of marble I needed, I, Xenophon of Montingea, think more highly of you than I did before. Well, don't I just feel flattered now? Okay, that's pretty cool. We're not really doing much of anything here. I guess this is the marble quarry. Rich in white marble, build a masonry shop to harvest the raw materials that lie here. So that's you. Masonry shop sends out stonecutters to quarry a huge slab of marble, which is then fashioned into usable slabs, which are these things. I thought I was going to have to say to stockpile it, but I guess not. This guy is needing to go somewhere with that. Alright, I guess we get the general idea, at least good enough for me. Overview map. Jump around the city quickly. Really? Does it? Oh yeah, like a mini map. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, messages, important events, for sure. Go-to buttons, when there's an earthquake, a plague, the arrival of a visitor, or an invasion occurs. Take it that that's God aliens. During this tutorial, an earthquake will occur, which will give you a chance to try this out. Oh, I completely missed that, but fair enough. You can buy goods from other cities and make money selling your city's products. If you haven't maintained good relations with the leader of another city, or if he's an outright rival, he won't want to trade with you. Ah, that is interesting. Okay, imagine if like you could only trade if you kept Caesar happy, right? Click on the View World icon to see which cities will trade with you. In this tutorial, you'll see that Montingaya, an ally is connected to your city Megara by a land trade route, red, and that Cyprus, a distant city, is connected to your city by a sea trade route, blue. Very cool. Let's have a look at that. Here is Megara, here is Montingaya in the Peloponnese, and here is Cyprus, which is a little bit, well, let's say off map. Click on these cities to see what they buy and sell, in what quantities, then return here to learn about importing and exporting. Montingaya. Leader is Xenophon, is sympathetic, goods, sells 36 bronze, 36 olives. Does he buy anything? Request goods or money, fulfill a request, give a gift. Raid this city, conquer this city. Interesting. Cyprus buys sculpture. Fair enough. Step 1, importing. Montingaya sells bronze, which may be used to manufacture sculpture to sell to Cyprus for a profit. To trade with Montingaya, add a trading post to the sample city. On the distribution tab, click the trade buildings button and then a trading post specifically for Montingaya. It's something like a large storehouse, placing next to a road near the granary. Right click on the post, click on the bronze not buying, so it says buying. All items. Trade. Montingaya. Get out of the way, please. Go here. Buying bronze. Now we shall see what comes of that, where the donkey men come.
Oh, our journey was long and arduous. What do you have for me?
Can we somehow persuade Lucky to voice this?
Our journey was long and arduous. What do you have for me? Back and forth, I'm beginning to feel like Sisyphus.
Very well. Making sculpture. With a supply of bronze, you can make sculpture to sell to Cyprus for a profit. Workshops, sculpture studio, yeah. Clearing off. Thank you very much. I keep wanting to zoom out, because it does seem like weirdly zoomed in. But I guess the cities just don't get that big. What else? We have a working, yeah, okay. To export sculpture, which trades by water, you'll need to build a pier. That's a trading post for ships. Select Cyprus. Make sure it's connected to your studios. Near one with fisheries. Yada yada yada. Cool enough. Trade, pier. How is this aligned? Is that just doing something? Ah, okay, like so, I get it. Except, it's not allowed to do that, but it is allowed to do it here. Fair enough. Like, this is very strange. There's like a lot of ambient sounds. I think maybe... I think it was rather loud. Because the ambient sound seems really loud. If that is what I think it is. Alright, do we wait now? What goes on here?
There are more unemployed people here than there are fish in the sea.
We get a trader boat? Or some such? Well, I guess I need to set it to trade, right? So we have got all that going, so we can start selling our sculptures. And there they go. That looks fairly silly, but also kind of interesting. Let's say that that's enough for the moment. Ah, there he comes. I love coming here. Business is going very well.
It was a pleasure doing business with you. I hope Aeolus guides us home.
I hope so too, my friend. I hope so too. Export items in a trade building set to selling are reserved for traders only, are not used for anything else. Counted on the distribution tab. Not sure what that means. We need to turn a profit of 500 drachmas in a single year. For exports, the stock limit dictates how much of the item will be regularly kept on hand and reserved for the traders to buy. Each trader can carry only a limited amount. If it's a limit too high, the trader will not be able to purchase all the goods. And your people may be deprived of some goods they need. Huh? I guess they mean for imports. Each time a trader visits, he will drop off goods until the stock limit is reached, after which delivery men will empty the trading facility. Don't import more than you need or you could go broke very quickly. 12 is a good stock limit. So that's when you set this to 12. I'm guessing sculptures are a pure trade good, maybe? Doesn't that just look really goofy? Yeah, I do like goofy things, but... Oops.
It was a pleasure doing business with you. I hope Aeolus guides us home.
Yeah, I feel like I've already made more than enough money, but I guess we have to wait for the year to end. Whee! Alright, buying raw materials and selling finished goods is a great way to turn a profit in the Greek world. If you've mastered this skill, you will surely become a wealthy and influential leader. You sure know how to flatter a guy. Running a prosperous city and turning a profit to boot is no mean feat. Congratulations. Continue through the advanced tutorials to learn about administration, as well as the politics and mythology of Greece. Though you cannot build a standing army, your ordinary citizens will fight to defend the city, and no wonder the Romans won, right? Those from the lowest strata of society fight as rabble, armed only with rocks to throw at the enemy. In this lesson you're going to learn how to call your people to arms and command them in battle. To do this you will first need a palace from which to command them. So you get our palace redistribution economy. From the administration tab, click the palace button, place a palace on the long section of road near the infirmary and the podium. Okay, a large rectangular building. You can rotate it in the orientation you prefer. The people of your city automatically divide themselves into military companies, place their standards around the palace. Rabble standards are capped by a fist clenching a rock. They see standards located behind the palace, rotate the city using the button, blah blah blah. Okay. Let's hang on for a second. We'll invade the city in 7 months. Okay, let's calm down. Oh, you're suddenly very fast. Where was administration? Here. Palace. They let you rotate it, but they don't tell you what that means. Very well. And here we have our banners with the clench rock fist thing. Very good. The standard tells a company where you want it to go when you call them to arms. To move a company's standard, click on its base, click again where you want to place it. You need to rotate the city to select, yeah, cool. The rocks have ouch carved on them. Honestly, I'm very curious what this is going to look like. Kind of reminds me of the sling men in Age of Empires 1. Simply moving a company's standard into the field is not the same as calling its soldiers to arms. To call company soldiers from their homes or muster them, you click on the standard and click the muster button, which is also used to send them home. It will make you unpopular to keep soldiers mustered when there is no fighting, but you want to leave standards at strategic locations in the field as long as you send the soldiers home. So you have a sort of notional or latent fort. Company's morale falls too low, it will be returned to the palace, the men will flee to their homes. After selecting a company's standard, use the buttons on the control panel to rotate the line. Tell them to use defensive, offensive or special tactics. Okay, slow it down a little bit so we can learn to do this. So we grab you, dump you over here. Actually, we select you. Rotate company, muster company. Here come all the men. Use defensive tactics. An army of rival Greeks from Nemea will arrive to attack your city. Are they bringing a lion with them by any chance? Okay, that's very good. Rotate company. That's very goofy. Send home. Fascinating. Do they have voice?
When our enemy gets here, I'll bring new meaning to clashing rocks.
What was the old meaning?
When our enemy gets here, I'll bring new meaning to clashing rocks.
I don't get it personally. Maybe you get it. Now we want to have these banners in strategic locations. So let's put one. Did that work? No. Why is that not working? Oh, you can do it while you're paused. Okay, fair enough. Cool. In this lesson, the rival city of Nemea will invade so that you may have the opportunity to apply your tactical skills to defend the city. You may also bribe invaders to leave the city unharmed, if you don't want to risk the lives of your citizens. Imagine bribing the boys in blue. Automatically responding to invasion, you can use the auto-defend button to instruct your military to automatically respond to invasion when they occur, to stand down when the city is safely out of danger. This instruction must be given well in advance of an invasion. Always leave auto-defend on. But where is that? It's not here. Saving the city, you get a commemorative monument. And then we learn about collecting taxes. But where is the... yeah, okay, got it. So when this is blue, it's actually automatic. Call all. Go ships, go towers. Ships? Huh? So you can have naval combat. That's kind of cool. Actually, let's rush our way there for a moment. The time to prepare has passed. In 1 month, an army of rival Greeks will arrive here to conquer you. Your well-trained commanders are ready and will handle all the tactical decisions for you. Not so much trust in me. We also need more workers, that's fine. Let's see what happens, huh? Hope I didn't just miss it.
My advice to you is, if you find a good wife, you will be happy. If not, you become a philosopher.
Ah, there they are. In Davidikos. James Sippos, Evercless, Albertistis, and I guess our dudes have gathered over here. Ah, okay, so if you leave it to them, you also don't have to bother with placing bangers. That's kind of interesting. Although it also takes a little bit of the ura out of it, if you see what I mean. Well, get on with it, guys. We haven't got all day. Myself. Yeah. Is there an easy way to click this? That is. It's surprisingly not easy to click this. I can't actually do it while paused either. This looks pretty funny, not gonna lie. Let's see what happens if I now... Oh, I can't actually do that. Interesting. Hooray, we have defeated the invasion force. Hi FGs! Thanks for the raid. You get to see the glory that is the advanced Zeus tutorial. just beats this drastic and somewhat colorful invasion force from Nemea. Hi Decoy. It's time to celebrate. The Greek forces from Nemea that its leader Ronphos sent to plague us have been thwarted by our brave soldiers. You can now build a commemorative monument that we will always remember this great day. Okay, that's cool, but let's first send everybody home. And now we get a commemorative monument, and I don't know where we get that. Maybe in administration? No, we don't get it in administration. Do we get it here? Or maybe it's in aesthetics? It is in aesthetics. It's a victory. Oh, look at that. Here on the corner seems nice. This is one of the Caesar, Pharaoh, Emperor games then. Yes, it is. This is the Greek one, which is Zeus, as well as the expansion Poseidon. This has some mild patching in it in order to make the game run at all for streaming purposes. And even then I have to actually run it in screen capture rather than game capture, but it works. And so there are some slightly funky things, but it works pretty well. But it doesn't seem to have any kind of like labor of love updates like Julius. This one was made after Caesar 3, if I'm not mistaken, but people who know more about Impressions games can probably say in chat in what order this all happened, because I don't actually know. Well, a grand and noble victory, and this monument is a reminder of your achievement. I do like this monument though. Like, I don't disagree that the art is a bit wonky in terms of perspective in certain places, but I think the design of it is nice. Like, the art design is good and the animations are nice. I like how the parks look and things like that, and it does have a Greek vibe to it. I do appreciate that. Alright, next bit that we do, we just beat the guys. Collecting taxes. With a palace in your city, you can also collect taxes. Once you're on the administration tab, click the tax office button to place some tax offices. Some clerks will begin roaming the city's neighborhood collecting taxes. Very well. That's of course everybody's favorite part, right? One and two. And they look like the little Greek treasure houses. That's actually quite nice. I should add for some context, one reason that I'm playing this is because for me, Greece has more inherent appeal than Rome. My mother, now retired, is a professor of ancient Greek history in the Netherlands, and so I was raised very much on Greek culture, and I've been to Greece quite a number of times and know a fair bit about it. And so for me, ancient Greece is kind of always more of a thing than sort of more of an innate appeal than Rome. Even though I like Rome also, and Caesar is pretty cool. So these guys don't have water. I'm just gonna give them water. Also because that way I can remember where that is again. Which is to say, it's not here, it's not here, it's here. And the fountains here have walkers as well. There will be another invasion from Nemea. How exciting. I just want to see the buildings upgrade from the walkers. We'll see whether the walkers actually go the correct way, which of course they don't. Well, they do for that guy.
Workers everywhere and not a job to take.
Well, if water carrying weren't a two-person job, I'd be out of work too.
Yeah, for the newcomers, the downside of, or one of the problems with the game, at least so far, is that the voice acting is trying to be very funny and zany in an American way. And I don't think it's a huge success, to be honest.
The unemployed get so upset when I ask them to pay their taxes. I wish they'd find jobs.
Look at all those flabby idlers without jobs. They should get in shape and find jobs.
A lot of people are down on their luck and out of work.
The unemployed get so upset when I ask them to...
I can't wait to pick out the finest food for my customers. I wouldn't want them to go hungry.
The only room for these goods in the city is right here in my cart.
Yeah, you kind of get the idea. I remember the German voices to be pretty good. I mean, maybe they're better. Maybe I should play them in German. I could easily play the game in German. My German's not so bad. We're all playing Greece too hard. I mean... Well, let's not go there, I guess. Okay, we did the tax thing. We set the tax rate on the administration tab. That's the only thing missing. Expenses, income, tax rate. Oh, okay. Tax rate is normal, low, or high. Very high, very low, none. Well, this is Greece, right? So we shouldn't expect anybody to actually pay their taxes anyway. Very well, next tutorial it is Elite Warriors. In this tutorial you're going to learn how to create and command the most advanced types of fighting men. Well-to-do citizens who can afford their own armor live in much finer housing than the rabble, and fight as foot soldiers called hoplites. The wealthiest individuals, those who can afford to keep their own horses as well as armor, fight as horsemen. So cavalry is actually the best here. In this lesson you'll learn how to support hoplites. You'll learn how to support horsemen in a later tutorial. Elite warriors must live in elite housing. And no amount of fine goods or culture is going to turn a common household into an elite household. You need some food, fleece and oil just to place an elite house. And each must be placed in an appealing area. Ah, okay. So the idea is like the class system or whatever is so strict that it doesn't actually upgrade to patricians or the equivalent of patricians to the elite, but you actually plop the elite as a separate building. And you have to have resources for it, and you have to have a pre-made appealing area to do it in, I guess. And so you place 3 elite houses amongst the gardens near the palace. So that is here. So you've got your patrician block here. We have elite housing that costs 100 also to build, and it's enormous. Okay, it's also 3 by 3. Oh yeah, I think Dennis Wolf mentioned that. And now people, our proverbial mixes, are going to move into here. Here they are. They don't look any different when they're elite.
A new city, a new home, and maybe a new job. Fortune is smiling upon me.
Word is that there are plenty of jobs here for anyone who wants one.
That guy's becoming a lion tamer. What is this?
Build me a pyre to roast my friends upon.
Oh, you can actually hear the lion. So I have a storehouse full of armor. You can kind of see where that's going. Residents. Okay, they can't make improvements until they receive some armor. Fair enough. How many people have moved in? 1 room for 5. Okay, and there's also like very few people in these houses. Also good to know. After some people move in, right click on one of the elite houses, see what the residents need in order to become more affluent. After you do this, return here. Your recently established elite households need armor, so the men of the family can equip themselves as hoplites. The Grand Agora can hold up to 6 vendors, and thus provide all the goods needed by elite households. Add an arms vendor to the Grand Agora. Right. So where is the Grand Agora? Somewhere, is that this? That is the Grand Agora, okay. We will get an Agora, an arms vendor, and we'll put the arms vendor here. Yeah, my city needs more workers. What else is new? Only going to get worse as more people move in. What is going on here?
The finest actor in all of Greece lives in its finest city led by its finest ruler. This is the stuff of Homerian epics.
Man.
Have you ever seen more solid buildings? Archimedes would be proud.
This city truly is a utopia, and I can't think of a wiser leader.
Who doesn't like to hear that?
For Athens' sake, I will never threaten so fellow do. Yes, I got that now.
Okay, now they have upgraded. Now they are mansions, and they want wine to drink. Interesting. Household supply of armor doesn't need to be replenished unless its wearer is killed in combat. Interesting. When some elite households obtain armor, additional hoplite standards capped with bronze helmets will appear around the palace. So that is what we have here. It takes a few households to make up a single company of hoplites. All your companies are represented in the military by a fist, a rabble here, a helmet, or a horse. And then we can look on the security tab. Wait, what? The top of this tab. I guess I mean the military tab. Right, so we have hoplites here. And this is all rabble. Very good. A trireme wharf needs wood and armor to produce a trireme with a complement of marines. To build a trireme wharf, click the military workshops, then find a good place on the coast to put it. That is interesting. Those are workshops? No? Military workshops, I guess. Where can you go? Let's see, here. Or a better place? No, let's do it. "100 employees. The trireme, the pride of the navy, moors at the trireme wharf. The full crew, it needs a trireme. Make sure it has wood, armor, and workers to build it. Okay. Sure. Trireme crews have a set of order buttons similar to those of companies. Operating a trireme requires a lot of manpower, so it's a good idea to send your crews home when they're not needed. Towers and walls are manned by citizens from the lowest ranks of society and can be an effective way to protect your city from invasion. Defensive structures are built from the fortifications button on the military tab. You can make walls very thick, then put gatehouses in. Very cool. Huh, those walls look pretty nice, I think. Let's make a thick wall here. Have a look at the gatehouse. Oh man, gatehouses are enormous. I guess the map ends here. Can you put the gatehouse inside it? You cannot, or you can only do that at one level. Fair enough. How big is this? Quite big. So that looks pretty neat, I think. Well, that's enough for now. Towers may be placed into walls that are at least double thickness using the fortifications button. They must be manned and require a road connection to the palace. That makes some sense. townhouse. Okay. Build a tower. And another tower. No, wait, what's the, that's what I want. Ah. An army is going to invade in 4 months. That's fine. First I need to build some road access. Like so, okay. Very interesting. Call your foot soldiers, call the crews, man on the towers, click on call all. Manning your city's towers and triremes and mustering all your soldiers will impact the available labor pool often dramatically. Don't call upon your military unless their services are truly needed. You're successfully defending your city from invasion by Nemir. You're ready to move on to the next tutorial. Okay, so it's not like permanent occupation in that sense. But rather they only come out when they need to come out. Oh, we might as well do the same on the other side. Something like this. Let's see. You here. Oops. One too many, maybe. Something like this. Also park a tower here and a tower here. One here and one here. Something like this. I don't know if these towers need maintenance or not. Just in case they do. So you can automatically defend this city, or you can do it manually. Speed things up a little bit. This is apparently 100%. My well-trained commanders are ready. That is very cool. Here they go. Here everybody goes. They all hang out over here. And the Nemeans launch an invasion. Everybody remembers a special time because everybody's so happy, so I got a happiness monument. Not now. There's not a time to be happy. But the hygiene is deteriorating. Are they gonna do it? Are they not gonna do it? Yeah, they're coming. Here they come. It seems like a bad place to be in, but that might just be me. This is the game on automatic, so we'll see how good it is. Let's send more invasion. I like that my hoplite guys are doing absolutely nothing. This is very strange. Does anybody understand what happened there? I remember the jokes about the Pharaoh combat system. This doesn't seem quite as bad as that. Okay.
Thrown out of my home. What did I do to deserve this?
Oh, everybody's being thrown out of their home. And this is all declined. Okay, I guess it's because the troops were out for too long. And then nothing has labor. And then the whole city basically collapses. That's very strange. So this is what happens when you set it in automatic, I guess. Alright. Can we defend the city? Yes, we can. Here comes a trireme. Oh man, look at this. Fascinating. Doesn't seem to be anybody here. Say unman the towers. Okay. I guess I have built far too many towers. Is that the problem? That is quite funny. How do you do that? Some crews. Send here, not manning the towers. Does that help? Place a well. I think the problem is that there's no people, right? It's quite amusing though. Too close to enemy troops. Very mysterious. Is it too late to bribe them? Well, we can always amuse ourselves by seeing how they demolish the city, I guess. They're also like kind of not really doing anything. They probably will, but... Or maybe they're going to take the palace. Is that what's happening? Our city has been conquered by a foul rival. We're forced to pay this brigand tribute. Okay. And what does that do exactly? So you just lose money or what? That's very amusing. Well, okay. I guess that's how it works. Time to brush up on your rowing. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, these guys are still around, right? Maybe I can join them. All the buildings have collapsed and all the rest is also bad. Very interesting. Okay. Let's redo all that. Just so that we learn how this works. So basically, blah blah blah. You have walls, you have this other stuff. You have to build the elite housing. Yes, we know how to do that. Park your elite housing here. We'll build our trireme wharf. That's very nice. Wonder if we should build more houses. People already eat too much. Well, I can do something about that too. Working on a couple fisheries here. Now I said that before the second invasion. I don't think it mattered very much at that point, Days. But I'm not terribly bothered. I just want to find out how this works. But yeah, lesson learned. You don't want to build too many structures because the structures take a lot of housing or a lot of labor. I guess the walls don't do any harm. So my dudes come from over here somewhere, right? So we could build like, I don't know, wall, something like this. Yeah, we don't have the hoplites yet. We will get them soon enough. Once this has developed. Oh yeah, I need to build the armor distribution guy. That's what it was. Arms vendor. These guys seem to have some supply problems.
Has anyone seen my spear?
Where are they not getting? Ah, okay, there you go. That's good. Now we have our phalanx. Is that right? Very hard to see how to do this. I have to unpause it. Find the controls for this a little less than intuitive. Soldiers can go through the forest, but not through rocks. Oh yeah, that's right, they can actually go through the forest here, right? In Caesar, they don't do that. Well, in that case, we can move all of them up a little bit. Yeah. We can build a commemorative monument because I've got 1,000 people. That's also quite nice. Ah. Remember, I can only do this when it is unpaused. Get our dudes over here. Or also a couple over here. Like so. What was it? Aesthetics? Monuments? Population monument. Very nice. And maybe we build, let's say, one tower? I'm not sure if those towers really did all that much. But I'm willing to try it. There, it's just one off. something like that. And I guess these guys are gonna land here, right? So, knowing that, we can build another... build a gatehouse across the road. Like a bit of wall. Something like that. Rotate you. You can erase the forest and build a wall. I'm sorry that I talked too much. I want any more justice. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I could do that. I just kind of don't mind. I mean, this is essentially Tutorialsville, right? And this is my first time playing the game, so I'm basically just trying to find out how things work. Oh, a building is collapsing. My granary has collapsed, that's pretty bad. Clear that out. Build a new one. Let's have more maintenance buildings. Like right here. Oh, if these guys need maintenance or not, probably not. Just in case they do. Okay, this is trireming. That's very good. In 1 month they will be here. That's nice. Let's set this on automatic. Let's also save it, so we don't have to do this again. Test. Stream. Cutting on 1 time is fun, 2 times is tedious. What is wrong with these guys? They need more appeal in the neighborhood. We can do that. Oh, here they are. Is everybody going up? That's what they said last time. Actually, well, let's see what happens. I played this game from 2001, yeah. I've actually never played it before, and I only know about it since pretty recently. I feel like I saw it once when I was a kid. In the sense that I used to play Caesar and things like that then. Okay, I feel like the trick that these people do is they just hang around here long enough that your city collapses because all the labor is engaged with fighting. It's a very insidious tactic. So let's see what happens here. So like, why is it that these guys are not doing anything? Or does it just look like they're not doing anything? Maybe they just don't have an animation? I guess they are fighting, they just don't have an animation, you just stand there? Hooray, we have won! We've been thwarted, we can build another commemorative monument. They sure give you that. Everybody can go home. And here come the new peeps. And look at them go through the gatehouse. Is there a reason your towers weren't manned? Actually, it was more because I was worried last time that the manning the towers seemed to have some... that I built too many towers, and manning the towers seemed to have had a negative effect on... you know, labor distribution. But I can man them if you want. I'm also not actually sure how much impact the towers have. Like, the Caesar towers are pretty good. Okay, and now they come on the other side. They have all wisely decided to gather in a rather odd place. Why not just over here? Should I do it myself? Certainly possible. It's actually very difficult to control this. No, my ship. Where did those phalanx dudes go? Now they're all hanging out over here. Why are you here? Why did they all go over there? I guess they ran out of morale or something? Also, everything is like wildly devolving while this is going on, right? Get over here. Go and reinforce. Sure looks pretty wild. Stop that guy. Where is he going? Is that guy leaving, or what is he doing? Well, it doesn't look like it. Alright, I guess that counts as having won. That's all good. I think that's, we get the general idea here. Calling soldier en masse, blah blah blah, we've done it. Let's call that done. So this tutorial is comprised of 2 episodes. In the first episode you'll learn how to worship Dionysus. I thought it was by drinking alcohol. By building a sanctuary in his honor. In the second episode you'll put the sanctuary to use for your city. The gods of Greece. The gods crave the worship of mortals like you and can offer you many things in return for your devotion. Gods will visit your city from time to time, extolling the many benefits they can provide for you, should you choose to worship them. To worship a god, you must construct a sanctuary dedicated to him or her. This is no mean feat. Constructing a sanctuary requires marble, wood and sculpture, and the services of artisans. To complete this episode, the first part of the mythology tutorial, you need to erect a sanctuary dedicated to Dionysus, called the Grove of Dionysus. So we have to begin by getting marble. From a quarry like the one behind the maintenance office. To quarry marble, select the industry tab, click the raw materials button, select a masonry shop. Masonry shops don't need to be right next to the quarry, but the closer they are, the better that is. Cool. So what do we have? Raw materials, masonry shop. We'll park you here. I have another one there. Nice. I have a storehouse for the marble. Well, there's a storehouse here, but we can build another one. You accept. Only marble. Guess this isn't Julia, so we don't have a deselect all. We need 8 slabs of marble just to place the base and steps for the sanctuary. Okay, so we wait until we have that. Which we can probably speed up a little bit.
There are a lot of sedimentary folks in this city who could use a job.
All hail my hearty crew. Poseidon will soon wonder where all his fish went.
That's probably one of the better voice lines. Okay, here we go. Get a bunch of marble. Marble gets chopped up. Build a commemorative monument because everybody is happy. But you'd like to hear. Happiness monument goes there. Did it just me or did it just go way fast or something? So we have 4 marble. How much do we need? 8. Hang on, I unpaused it. I have it in exactly the same speed settings, and I was suddenly it's slower again. Oh, my maintenance office. I guess I didn't have one here. Terrible. Fine.
I'm Dionysus, god of the vine. Worship me, and fruits of the vine will burst forth.
Not exactly what I imagined Dionysus to sound like. I don't know about you. You'll also be able to harvest grapes from my own vineyard, and all the vines in your city will yield more grapes. Okay, that's very cool. Wait. Ah, that's the man himself. Let's calm him down a little bit. Sure walks like a drunk. Either that or he stumbled on the way here. Alright, here comes the last marble that we need. I guess it still needs to be processed, but then it should be done soon. Speed it up slightly again till we have that. There we go. And back. Alright, you have enough marble, select the mythology tab, click the sanctuaries button, Grove of Dying Isis. Very good. Rotate you. I should have built the Grove of Dying Isis. Let's see here where those woods are. That makes a bit of sense. It's nice that you don't have to actually delete the trees to build over them. So that's the foundations. 31 slabs of marble, 12 loads of wood, and 2 sculptures. That's a fair amount. Return here to continue. Okay. Hiring artisans. Artisans perform all the work of constructing a sanctuary. On the Mythology tab, click the Artisans Guild button to place some guilds close to the construction site. Mythology, Artisans, Guilds. It's probably not good for the neighborhood, right? But these gentlemen are now standing around. Call for deliveries of marble, wood and sculpture when they need it. How do you get wood? Wood to aid construction of the sanctuary. We need the wood economy. As always, lumberjacks from a timber mill harvest wood from trees. Very well. Timber mill, you say. We need a road also. Park some timber mills here. Get a road. Where are we looking at? Learn my lesson. Our city needs more workers. That is truly a tragedy. If we need more workers, we can probably get them. Huh, that's funny. For normal housing, you do have to delete the woods. That's some housing here, and some housing here.
I just hope that the tree I cut down is just a tree and not a tree nymph, Daphne, or an oak capable of prophecy. My job isn't easy.
Good one.
I'd follow you anywhere. It's sheer pleasure living in a city like this.
Back and forth, I'm beginning to feel like Sisyphus.
Yep. Something happening here. Yes, it is 23% complete. Look at that. And where's the sculptuarium? Oh, it's here. Well, at least the sculptures are being deposited here. Hey, you guys, you're the armor makers. You're the sculpture studio, I see. Very good, very good. Making some progress here. See if we can upgrade these houses soon. Are they too far from the Agora? Maybe they're too far from the Agora. The Agora right here. Who are you?
The finest actor in all of Greece lives in its finest city led by its finest ruler. This is the stuff of Homerian epics.
Fascinating. That chopping sound is a little bit annoying. Good, okay, harvesting wood. As soon as the sanctuary is finished, this episode will be complete. You'll be shown the victory screen. You can go to the next episode of the tutorial. I guess we can fast forward that a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot. Can I go over 100%? You cannot go over 100%. Oh, these guys are at the townhouse now. So another thing about this game is it seems a little weirdly paced. Sometimes very fast, in some respects very slow. Is it even working? What's the hold up here? I got the first bit there. 24 wood sculptures are here. These guys are... Oh, maybe that's the problem. Kind of weird though if they would give you an example setup where you wouldn't have enough production. It doesn't seem like they're doing very much with this though, are they? Are we selling these things? Where do I find out again? Is that here? Is that here? No, it's not here. That's all good. Ah, now we go at full pace. Got this again. What is that? Oh. Strange. So we need even more of these.
You can discover more about a person in an hour of play than in a year of conversation.
Well, this thing is completely full and they're not taking it, so they're... Am I like stockpiling it by accident or something? Can't actually remember how the hell I see that. Selling... Exports, selling sculptures. Importing... Exporting to Cyprus. Okay. Very strange that it did it the first time and not afterwards. You have enough wood? Are the woodsmen lacking in storehouses or something before that? That might well be the case. Empty? Ah, there's a difference between empty and don't accept. We learn as we go. You accept wood only. Anybody else accept marble? Yeah. Very good. Does this help at all in any way? Well, maybe it does. Oh, would you look at that? But apparently, they need to do it in a certain order. You can just do the wood last. And the only reason I'm doing this is that I want to see what it looks like. Okay, that is quite funny. Yeah, there's more than one thing strange about the perspective of buildings here, that's for sure. Okay, here comes the last bit. And then comes whatever this is. Alright, look at that. Now it's 84% complete. Need just a little bit more.
I just hope that the tree I cut down is just a tree and not a tree nymph, Daphne, or an oak capable of prophecy. My job isn't easy.
Oops. Didn't mean to do that.
I'd follow you anywhere. It's sheer pleasure living in a city like this.
This city is like Ajax, head and shoulders above the rest.
Let's have the rest. We're still on 84. We are still at 84. We need some more marble. We have loads of marble. So what's the hold up here? Chop down near the whole forest in the meantime. Are we in need of more sculpture acceptance? Could be. Totally willing to try that. Get a little another place that will accept whatever here. Here comes the sculptures. That's what we want to see. Or not. Wait, yeah, no, they're parking them over here. That's kind of what we want. At least presumably they will then use them for the monument. I assume so. Why are these guys not getting their sculpture or their marble? It strikes me as strange. There's another one coming here, but that's probably going the same way. I'm not giving it to the monument. I think he's stuck because he hasn't got space. Maybe he does. Huh. Anyone know what the holdup is here? I feel like we should have the resources. Why is he not getting them? Maybe I'm missing something obvious. Probably, in fact. Well, whatever, we get the general idea. I'm going to try the next one. In this tutorial, your star with an already thriving city will learn how to establish a colony to serve its needs. There are 3 episodes in this tutorial. In the second episode, you'll leave the parent city Megara to actually build the colony. But you'll leave the city... Oh, interesting. Setting goods aside for the colony, you often have to set aside goods in preparation for starting a colony. To complete this episode and move on to establish the colony, you'll need to set aside 8 amphorae of wine. Wine is also craved by elite households, and centaurs for that matter. So first we click the orchards button and we start planting grapevines. And then we want a grower's lodge. Quite so. So that's the whole town, that's where our stuff is. We need a bunch of grapevines. Something like that maybe. And a grower's lodge. Like that. And like that. Then we will have another making maintenance office, even though there is one right there. Because clearly you can never have enough of those. You can... yeah. Slow down a little bit. And we'll be honest, those sheep look a little odd. Like this. Oh, it's goats. Well, no wonder they look odd. That would be strange for a sheep to be a goat. Presumably. City doesn't have enough food. We can probably fix that. The Growers Lodge, preferably close to the grapevines. That's nice. They're on meadowland. That's also nice. Winery, Preston Wine. Okay. Now that's industry. Something like this. 1, 2, 3, a lot. 6, 9, what is it? 15, 17, something like that. If that does anything... This guy might not have a road connection. Yeah, that's a problem. Hello, friend here does not have a road connection. Well, we can fix that also. We have enough space here? Yep. Put you there instead.
I can only imagine Onius's joy when Dionysus gave him the first vine. Vines are so fun to work with.
Talk about extra. What is he even doing? Okay, but vines are in fact appearing, that's good. These are the cheese makers. And these are the wine guys. Alright. Excellent. The winery will deliver amphora of wine to a storehouse where they can be sold by an Agora wine vendor. Then we need to set aside wine for the colony. When you begin making wine, you'll see a set aside button at the top of this panel. The top of... what panel? Probably this one. Showing how much wine you have stored. When you have at least 8 amphora of wine in a storehouse, click the set aside button above, then right click to exit this panel. Do not click the next tutorial button. What? Okay, sure. Let's just build another warehouse. And at a certain point we should have a bunch of wine. Right, yeah, 1, 2. Three, 4, that's adding up. I might need more, but okay, there we go. That's 8. See a set aside button on the top of this panel. Yes. And right click to exit this panel. Okay. You're ready to leave Megara and establish a colony. While doing so, your governor, Aristides, will administer Megara for you. You are to see a map of the Panhellenic world to choose a site on which to establish a colony. In this tutorial, only one site is available, Halikarnassos. When you see it, click on it. In fact, they don't show you anything at all other than that location. Normally you will have more than one site to choose from, but here only Halikarnassos is available. This site offers good soil for wheat farming. It has some deposits of silver and copper ore. Okay. Eventually this colony will supply Megara with wheat, bronze and annual tribute payments. You already know the basics of setting up a city, but you'll need to learn about growing wheat to feed this colony. How to mine silver to make some money. Several different crops may be grown throughout the Panhellenic world, but the soil of this area is only good for growing wheat. To place some wheat farms, click the farm button on the husbandry tab. Okay. Must be placed on meadowland as before. Build some houses, set up some wheat farming to be able to feed your people, then return here to continue. Alright. Well, let's do that. So we have a different kind of landscape. A much bigger map as well. So this is all farmland. Up here, Lugdunum levels of farmland. So first, can we get across the river? Is there a bridge? Gonna get the control panel, that's cool. And presumably to get all this stuff we would need to build bridges, right? Is there some kind of bridge somewhere? I mean, let me do that, but not bridge in any way. Or is this meant to be the wheat business? It's possible. No, that's not the wheat farming, it's definitely this here. Does anybody know if this game has a bridge? And if so, how to get it? In the administration tab. Why on earth is that in the administration tab? Okay, water crossing, I see. Bizarre place to put that. Yeah, probably would have found it eventually, I guess, but... Sure, why not with roads? We put it in the administration tab. Okay, fine. It's in the administration tab. We have food aplenty here. We need some kind of loop to build some housing. Oops. Wrong place. That will probably do for now. So we have a few more. And we shall be wanting food. So we need some wheat farms, of which we can build a whole lot. Very true, very true. I just wait for the folks to come in.
A new city, a new home, and maybe a new job. Fortune is smiling upon me. A new city, a new home, and a new city, a new home, a new city, a new home, and maybe a new job. Fortune is smiling upon me.
Granary here, a grass somewhere, like here. The next wheat harvest is in July, okay? So they don't have enough people. That's fair enough, we can get more people if that's needed.
Unrest in the city? Shut your mouth. Things are peaceful here.
This city needs a little work around the edges.
Nice, 100 people, that's good. Very good. Getting most of the people in there. Is that it for everybody? I guess we have to wait until July. We might also feed people with fish. No, we don't have any fish option. We only get the options they have given us. Oh yeah, okay, here come the wheat stalks. that up very slightly. Our home finds itself suffering from a famine. Please send us food within 13 months from the colony to help us through this difficult time. 6 crates of food. Okay. That's cool. Let's first have a harvest. Nice. We have 12. Yeah. Crates of food. This is nice, I get that. Do I need to separately store those? Like in a 12 weeks. Yeah, I guess the granary is also a storehead. That should be okay. I can remember where you do that. Here. Yes, there we go. I think more highly of you than I did before. I thought he was my governor. How does he get to decide whether he thinks highly of me or not? Yeah, there is food. The man is making his rounds, so now everybody is happy. We turn it down again a little bit. What do they next need? They need water in order to evolve. They will get it. They also want some culture, they can get that also. And a college and a podium. Everyone in your parent city agrees. We think the world of you. I am proud to be your deputy. Well, how nice is that? How often do you get to hear something like that, right? When did your boss ever say that? Only city builders give that kind of gratification. Oh, we also have to have army guys. That's not something I expected. Like, at all. Now we have a problem because I don't really have anywhere to put this. Ah, okay, they have a road to Rome thing as well. That's also good to go. It's going to fit. It's not going to fit. That's annoying. But not insurmountable. Get rid of this rubble. I wish to give you a gift of 24 skeins of fleece, but I see that your storage facilities can accept the item now, returning a month's time to offer you the gift again. Clear some space if you would like to accept it. Okay, so they want me to build a storehouse, clearly. Which we can do. These guys don't have enough water. I guess the watermen don't make it there. That's a shame. Because he's here, but I guess he doesn't do the rounds adequately. Somebody helps to build that. You may have the fleece. That's all good. Or rather, I will have the fleece. In which case we shall also want a fleeceman to fleece the population, so to speak. I wonder where we're going to get attacked from, but I'm going to guess over here. I'll automate this. We have a tax office that we could build.
You can discover more about a person in an hour of play than in a year of conversation.
Alright, and now it has become time to build even more farms, which we can also certainly do without too much concern. These people don't like where they live. We can also do something about that. Oh, we can avenue. It's like Crutch Plaza, but it's double wide. That's good to know. That looks a little silly. Not sure. We also have a Greek gazebo. What an idea. Still running out of food, huh? Well, we can build more farms. Not a problem. Now we have 3 rock thrower men. My unemployment is a problem. We should solve that with these farms. Now we certainly need more workers. And 12 angry men are making their appearance.
Have you ever seen more solid buildings? Archimedes would be proud.
Unrest in the city? Shut your mouth. Things are peaceful here.
I mean, I could easily just bribe them, to be honest, but let's give that a go. Aging is deteriorating, that's not good. guess those infirmary walkers wouldn't get there, right? Would be possible to clear something out here. Go to site of invasion. Oh wait, with ships. I guess I'm gonna land, so. So we'll all be fine. I do hope that they get on with it a little bit. Meanwhile, I shall be building the infirmary that we do need. Is that blocking the road to Rome, so to speak? The road to Athens? Maybe? Maybe not? Maybe A, maybe A? Shouldn't matter too much. City still doesn't have enough food and needs more workers. Maybe we should build some more housing in that case. Alright, so they have landed some dudes. Doesn't seem an insurmountable amount of them. Well, friends, are you going to do something or are you not going to do something? I guess it's also the case here that we get no settlers coming in as long as these guys are here with their excellent plumage. Oh, hi, Dingus. Yeah, so I'm in the colony tutorial in Megara, so we are growing wheat instead of fishing, and I'm still a little bit bemused by the rather strange way that the military system works, because you gotta do this. Are we even winging that? I'm not super convinced that we are in fact winging that. Ah, but he also fights them. Fascinating. Okay. Very mysterious. So we just rebuild our... they just take a bit of money or what? That doesn't actually seem very impactful. I'm now their vassal. What does that mean? I don't get to build... no, I do get to build this thing. So far it doesn't seem to make all that much difference. That is a pretty big army, isn't it? I'm actually surprised that there is even an army on this map at all. It seems like it was about learning how to build a colony and stuff. I'm not actually sure. It's been years since I've lost a combat in Zeus. Okay, fair enough. Kind of wondering if it's not worth it to just bribe them generally. And now we have high unemployment suddenly. But we can do something about that. Want to improve the appeal of the neighborhood. And they want oil. Mantinea is sympathetic. There's also mentioned Nemea here. It's just a rival. Ah, claiming tribute, you have to pay him 200 drachmas yearly, I see. How much is the bribe sum? I think it wasn't much more than that. That's kind of pitiful though. And you can do it yourself, I guess, interact with them. Very interesting. And I guess these are all overseas guys, right? Yeah. So we would want to build a... Is that the right thing? No? We have mint. Well, let's see what my instructions tell me. I'm supposed to be mining silver. Alicangastos offers rich deposits of silver ore which can be struck into coins. See it in the rock to the north. With a mint. Okay. You see this in the rock to the north. Tell me that again. I guess it's this weird orangey stuff that it's kind of gotta be. Very well. That's interesting. Blah blah blah. Place a mint. Huh. Strange. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but sure. Why not?
There's silver in them there hills, and I'm gonna get me some.
Oh, it's this here, I see. This is something else. Well, then that's probably not a very good placement, but we'll deal with it. We shall be wanting a storehouse here. Do we actually? Doesn't actually say that we need that. Wheat, bronze, fleece, armor, all this stuff. Maybe we don't need a storehouse? Fine. Just assumed that. Blah 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 blah. Sure. And then we struck some coins. How do I go there if I have struck coins? Oh, here they come. The mint sends mine collector. Ah, converts it into delta. Ah, okay, so you make money just by doing this. It's basically, isn't there like gold in Pharaoh that works the same way, where it's just basically like you straight up mine money? I have a vague memory of having seen that, and that people play like without gold mines as a way of like making it more challenging. I'm not convinced that this is actually getting maintenanced, so I'm gonna swap this around. Gold mines and everything in Faro, yes. Yeah, exactly, that's what I thought. I guess they also work this way, that they just make you money. Now let's have a look. What else do we do? Making requests. You need fleece and oil. Pardon me. You can import these items, but you can requisition them from the parent city Megara or request them for your ally Mantinea. Click on the View World button. Make a request. Make sure you have space in a storehouse to receive any goods that you request. Okay, so now it will be useful to have a storehouse. We have a storehouse here. Let's have another storehouse. Oh dear, the diplomacy, my least favorite part of this game. I will say there are a lot of things in this game that seem, let's say, unnecessarily janky. Especially if you consider that this was made after Caesar, where a lot of this stuff seems to work a lot. I mean, okay, I play with Julius, but still, a lot of this seems to work a lot smoother. It's a bit as if they try to have a lot more features and different sort of dimensions and kind of overreach themselves. Okay, less noise, please. It works almost the same way as Emperor, okay. So we get to ask you about a military strike, defensive aid. Maybe I should have done that. I can request wine. Mantinea. I'll request oil from you. It does exactly that. It's taking all the janky parts from both Emperor and Pharaoh and combines them into square the jank. Yeah, I'm sort of getting the sense of that, to be honest. There are definitely things to like here. But there's also a lot of stuff that seems sort of like, you know, a little like, it's all a little clunky, it's all a little counterintuitive. It's all a bit where you think like, you know, a bit of polish. I've heard your request. I've decided to comply with your wishes. Here are the 24 jugs of olive oil that you wanted. Oh, thank you. And they just appear in my storehouse. I guess they don't get delivered or anything. Now, in Emperor, you can actually ask a city to trade with you rather than having to micromanage this good requesting and giving. Yeah, that's kind of actually what I expected was going to go on, and they do have that also here, right, where you can set up the equivalent of a dock and the equivalent of a trading center. But they also have a lot of this, apparently.
The only room for these goods in the city is right here in my cart.
What I'm hearing is that we need more granaries somewhere. But I don't know where, because I'm always very good at boxing myself in by accident. Let's have another granary. You better believe I have learned my lesson. Yeah, but you're reliant on events to allow you to establish a trade route. Ah, okay, so it's always by event, is it? Not like in Caesar or whatever, where you just have things. I mean, you have to pay to open them in Caesar, but that's kind of it. This is also full. Right, I need to get the Olafsman to bring the oil of Olaz to the population. I mean, one thing this game does get right, the Greeks do love their olive oil. There's no denying that. Alright, how is that going to go now? Okay, here's the... I do really like this guy slipping and throwing the olive jug up animation. Like, this is one of my favorite animations. And they have a lot of very good animations in this game. That's definitely one thing I will give them that they do very well. I mean, the walking animations are a little weird, but I think that's just because of the patch. But these kind of detailed things of like what these guys are doing and this kind of thing, I quite like that. And also these guys being on the buildings and stuff, it feels a little bit more dynamic than in Caesar where they just go back and forth. Very well. Requesting military aid. You won't be able to defend the fledgling colony very well without some assistance. Yeah, so I discovered. If a rival seeks to take advantage of the colony's vulnerability, you can ask your allies to defend the colony. You can always bribe the invaders. Can I still do that? See what that does. Oh, if you lose, you shall rule the city no longer. I have sent my troops to attack the great Messiah. Very cool. Okay, they don't like me enough. Returning the favor. The more you ask for, the more other leaders will expect in return in the form of gifts and fulfilling their requests. Yeah, you need to give them some. Yeah, I figured as much. Other leaders' demands and requests are displayed in the overview tab. Giving gifts makes them more likely to help you. That's nice. So, for example, we can get these guys to... Oh, they are bitter. They don't like me very much, so I should give them... They don't have any requests, so I should give them a bunch of stuff. Give them tons of wheat, because we have an enormous amount. And then we go to Montinea. Also give you a gift. You can have, I don't know, 1,000 drachmas or something, because I have a lot of that also. I do have more people, so I have a little bit more in terms of defense, but something tells me it's not quite going to do the job. I demand that you pay your annual tribute of 200 drachmas. See that I receive it within 2 months. I mean... Okay, they like it. How much do they like it? They are sympathetic. But they don't like me enough yet. So let's give them even more money. It's way cheaper to just bribe the guys, but whatever. I mean, we basically have a money printer here, right? So oh, he's just set up more money printers. Oh no, we tried our best, but it was unsuccessful. I have ordered what is left of my military to return. Okay, they like it. That was worth a shot, I suppose. Now they still like me. I'm still not regarded highly enough. In fact, in paper you literally have a money printer building. It takes paper to make money. I mean, that makes sense, right? Although they also had these what is it, these kind of coin collection things with a hole in them, right? So you could put a string through them and you have these like collections of coins on a string. Why haven't you paid it? I'll give you 1 more year. Oh, I guess I need to actively do that. Oh, do I do that? Sure, that's in the overview or something. Dispatch goods. Sure. Have your money. The invade option almost never works, but it's useful sometimes to soften up the enemy tab. You can only have 1 mint or money printer in a city, you can't just spam them. Yeah, as opposed to this here. I do not regard you as highly as I did before. I'm not sure that you ever did that. We don't really need the item here in Megara, but thanks to all this. Nice. They're still mad at me. Is there a way of seeing what they actually do want? Because they don't have any requests, so there's not really any way of knowing what they want. You refuse the tribute, they'll invade you, and if you defend yourself, I think you're free, maybe. I mean, I don't really care about all that, right? This is kind of like, I have to, like you say, I have to kind of annoyingly micromanage this stuff without getting very much information about what I'm supposed to do. I mean, I guess I can give the colony a bunch of money. That's all I have, is like lots of money. But not like forever either. It says like, okay, you should give them what they want. I got like wheat, which they don't need, even though we literally founded this colony because it produces wheat, which we're supposed to send to the mother city, right? The metropolis. And yet if I send them wheat, they say like, oh, we don't really care about it. But they don't say what they do want. And now they will arrive here, and you must defeat them. Okay, but then how am I supposed to do that if I don't get any support from anybody? Well, if you don't go, they aren't going to tell you. You can gift stuff, it's usually a one-off to establish trade, okay. Yeah, because nothing I really do seems to make them all that... seems to really make any difference here. Yeah, there's a little bit of that like passive-aggressive partner who like expects the present but isn't going to tell you what it is, right? I'm glad most of my romantic life has been fairly free of that. Finance is down, enemy advancing, unemployment is really high. It would be nice if I could just turn that unemployment into more dudes. Which I guess I can do by building walls and stuff. But that's meant to be here, right? Isn't this where you would have walls? Except I don't have any? At least Caesar was happy with any gift you sent him. Well, you know, happy for Caesar, right? That's a very relative happiness. You don't establish trading zones. Cities are either friendly and you have a trade with them, or they are hostile or you cannot trade with them. Okay, that's not very exciting. You only change that by invasion or events. Seem unavailable on this map. Yeah, got it. So basically I just have to sit here and be a sitting duck, and I either win or don't win. Ah, but I can also, instead of going through an incredible amount of obnoxious trouble, I can also just send the dude 325 drachma. I still get a commemorative monument to remember the great day that we bravely bribed our enemies. I mean, it's very Greek, I'll give you that. They sure know how to represent Greek culture here. Let's have our glorious monument to celebrate our quote-unquote victory. Where are we gonna put this? I don't really have a good space for it. Kill you. Move you up a little bit. There we go. Memento Mori. The browsers are cheap, it's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly, right? And I thought like, okay, well, obviously, even if it looks cheap, I'm gonna fight for a couple times just so I learn how it works and I learn what the game seems to be expecting from me in terms of how the tutorials are designed. But honestly, the tutorials are also designed a little bit weird. Like, there is definitely more tutorial than like Caesar or something has. But then like half the things they set up in the tutorial either don't run automatically, even though you would expect them to, or they have like this weird stuff where it doesn't make a lot of sense what they tell you to do. This reminds me of like the famous thing about the Battle of Kadesh, right? In the Bronze Age, where you have this monument on the one end that says that the Egyptians won, and then the other guys also have, the Hittites I think, also have a monument saying that they won. And so I feel like, you know, archaeologically speaking, right, all you need to do is just say that you won the battle. So we just put this big monument here, and we just say that we gloriously defeated the Nemeans and they're lying. And then we don't have to worry about it. Anyway, I think that... see, it also says that even a request is overdue, it's beneficial to make the effort, even though we don't really get many requests or anything. They may occasionally demand wine. They have never once demanded wine. And then you can look on the world control panel, click on this descriptor for advice. Okay. What descriptor is that? This one. You fulfilled a good on time, you relied on the city for a military strike, you gave wheat to the city which you didn't need. And therefore they are bitter. To grant your request for food if you're lucky for goods. Okay, they'll still give me food. These guys will give food and maybe even goods if they can spare it. They might also be willing to give you funds if you're in debt. I guess that's a bailout loan. Equivalent thereof.
We need fleece. Time to buy some more.
I can't wait to pick out the finest food for my customers. I wouldn't want them to go hungry.
Speaking of going hungry, I haven't actually eaten much dinner. But let's see how we do here. To make mine copper and make bronze. Ah, okay, right, that makes sense. The red, of course, is the copper, and then the blue is the silver. Right, so you would get a foundry. Let's go do that. I was wondering when that would come into play. Admittedly, I'm going through it pretty slowly, but I want to understand what's actually happening. So a bunch of foundries, that should relieve the unemployment a little bit as well. Yeah, immediately it goes down to a more manageable level. The city of Megara got there, 2,500 drachmas. Yeah, they're loyal. Okay, so that does actually make some difference, but they're only lukewarm towards me. He'll respond to most of your requests. Okay. So that's like, you can pay 2,500 to these guys, so that they may or may not send you an army to rescue you. Or you can just bribe the guys who come up for like 300. Some, I don't know, it's more like reverse baronomics going on here. Or maybe this is what Baron based Greekonomics, the excellent Caesar map on. In that case it would make sense. Yeah, you need to set aside some bronze and wheat for Megara to prove the colony's viability. Yes, let's do it. We need to get bronze in stock, and then I need to have some kind of depot that the bronze will go in. Why not there? Yeah, accept. Don't accept anything else. Yeah. Done. Yeah, it's mostly about getting their opinion up so they give you stuff you can't produce locally instead of just trading for it. Yeah, it seems like very... You can kind of see what they were going for, right? But the implementation is very obtuse. And in a way, it's also the problem with the kind of fungibility of money, right? Even if you had a system where, say, you could trade with them, but how good the prices were or something like that would depend on how much they like you. All you would do is just calculate the value of the gifts in terms of the difference in the prices. So even then, as a system, it wouldn't work. The idea of getting military rescues and things like that makes a little bit more sense from that point of view, but then they should like set things up so that it's a much bigger factor in the game, and also that, you know, the map is sort of designed around it. Because right now it just seems like they have an idea and the implementation of it is just not really systematically thought out. There's an X button on the bottom right of the words. Ah, okay, there is a don't accept. Thanks. Somehow I missed that. Ah, it's this one, I guess. Right. That's not immediately intuitive to me, but I'll take it. They want more culture venues. What else do they want? I guess we need another podium, maybe? Somewhere? Well, they're a pretty near one. We have a gymnasium. Do I not have a college? I thought I had a college. The Julius button is actually based on that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean it does look very similar. Bribes are much more expensive. Ah, okay, military aid is still a thing in Emperor, but much less common. And you're expected to be much more self-reliant militarily. Bribes are much more expensive and get more expensive the larger the enemy army is. Yeah, that would make sense, right? It's not uncommon to have to spend 10,000 gold on one bribe. Yeah, see, that would make sense, right? Because then it's also a real decision, like... And you can especially imagine this with a custom map, where it's really like, you know, set up in that way that you have to decide, like, are you going to try for it? Or are you going to, like, pay the money? I am extremely angry with you. There's no telling what I might do. Also, I thought they were already hostile. Also, what is funnier than like, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. Reminds me of that thing, you know, my friend and I are always like doing the Bane voice, you know, except that it's like, we do this ridiculous version of the Bane voice. And this is like, it would be very painful for you. That probably only made sense to me, but it does. Trust me that it's funny. Okay, that's cool and all. Right click. What was the other thing? 912. We just needed 100. I guess I overdid it a little bit. We have this, we have that. And then return to the parent city Megara. Is that going to happen automatically, or do I need to click next tutorial? Let's give it a month. Ah, okay. Well done. Now that you've established a thriving colony in Halicarnassos, your parent city Megara will have a source of wheat and bronze, even though they don't need wheat apparently. You'll return to Megara now while your trusted governor Roka administers the colony for you. That doesn't sound like a Greek name to me. Okay, now that we're back in Megara, place a trading post for Halicarnassos to import wheat and bronze from the colony. These goods will help you build a more powerful military. The bronze may be forged into armor, and the wheat may be used to raise horses for horsemen. Let's go and do that. We also have a colony monument. I sure love giving you monuments for things. They all look the same. That's kind of a shame. It would be a nice opportunity to like give you different monuments for different occasions, but as far as I can tell, they all look the same. Yeah, just a symbol on the side. Ah, okay. At least there's some distinction. How do we do all this again? We need to build a Sculpture, we don't care about that. Land and sea, we have the fishery. I should know by now how to do this. There we go. Pier Halikarassos. I'm not allowed to rotate this. I have to figure out how to do it. Like so. Is that gonna block the road? We'll figure it out. Thanks for that. We will continue the road here. We will want another maintenance guy. Like here or something. Something like that. I guess we're making that. I'm going to assume that we are making that. We are in fact making that. Oh yeah, this is what we were doing. I forgot about that. A little hard to keep track of when you didn't build it yourself. Right, so we have imported that. We need to make armor. Create an armory. Sure. Sure thing. So that's armor. Will we deliver to the nearest storehouse? Do we have a storehouse that takes that? None of these guys accept anything like that. They only accept wine. You can go and accept armor. The wealthiest residents of your city can afford to keep their own horses, which they will proudly ride into battle as horsemen. Horses are raised on a horse ranch and brought to elite houses by the horse trainer, an agora vendor. To build a horse ranch, click the military workshops button on the military tab. Very cool. I guess that we want this to be somewhere away from town, so let's have you over there. We also need more workers, so we can do that. Let's get ourselves some more workers here. Well, guess what we're gonna do? Oh, we don't have as much money, but we still have a lot of money. Right, then we need a distribution guy for the armor, which I'm guessing is the arms vendor. Wait, that was here. And the horse trainer. Importing wheat will be delivered to the horse ranch from the trading post. Yes, okay. Agoras, armor, wine, and horses. Yeah, cool. We have the wine guy already, I think. Yeah, well, at least we're already getting wine. Oh yeah, because we're growing it here, that's right. Yeah, they want more land of their own. But they also want 300 drachma, so they can have that.
The only room for these goods in the city is right here in my cart.
Why are you not accepting armor anywhere? I told you to accept armor. Or is that because they're not hooked up to it? I thought the cartsmen would just go wherever, but maybe not. Well, we can fix that. Time to have another victorious monument. Because we're just that good. It's almost painful to be this good. In fact, it's so good that we're going to put it next to the new housing. They want olive oil. I should be able to get that, I think. Although the market is a ways away. Maybe there's a sort of forced walker thing going on here. Yeah, they do seem to get it. Interesting, so they don't actually eat wheat, they just feed it to the horses. I'm pleased to announce that we can sell you more jars of olives than we could before. Okay, so we do have these trade events, like more trade goods, fewer trade goods. That is all good. They'll turn into estates, their residents will become horsemen. When you have 4 horsemen in the city, you have completed the episode. Very good. You're a mansion, they want wine. We have wine, right? People can eat wheat, but you need to transfer it to granary first. Ah, yeah, okay. Well, that's true, actually. I did feed my colony on wheat, right? I guess even imported wheat would work for that.
I don't know what my assistants are complaining about. These parcels are feather light.
So the vendor was like, hurry up with those goods. And I was like, whatever. The vendor's such a dork. Did you see that wrestling match last night? Milo like totally smacked down his opponent. Nike must have been on his side.
Amazing. Oh.
Move along, little doggies. These well-bred horses are sure to be exactly what my demanding customers want.
Can somebody verify for me the quality of that accent?
Move along, little doggies. These well-bred horses are sure to be exactly what my demanding customers want.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but it sounds to me like someone who's pretending to do a southern accent but isn't actually very good at it. Yep, says bear. They want wine? They want wine to drink? Why are they not having wine to drink? Do they not have a wine distribution man? I thought they did. But maybe they don't. Turns out that they don't. That would explain it. I guess I can see from the icon which is which. That's actually kind of a nice idea. This is also very weird. Alright. Getting somewhere. All starting to make some sense. Kind of, sort of. Ah, look at that, look at that. I mean, these houses do look impressive. You are unable to accept my tribute of 8 bars of bronze. I must return home. I will be taking the 8 bars of bronze with me. That is indeed very unfortunate. Is that because it was full or what? Well, it's no concern of ours. Okay, these guys want more armor. So I guess we could do maybe with another armory. The cute thing is that estates actually eat more food the more horses are there. Really? That is actually nice. I mean, what is kind of nice again, right? It's again, they have an idea. Because it is true that in the Greek city-states you get the elite who have their own armor and, you know, they fight as hoplites, and some of the very rich have horses and they fight as horsemen. And, you know, there is truth to that. And so it's kind of interesting that they implement it in that way. But then again, the concept is there, and then the execution just makes it feel a little awkward. You can build a commemorative monument. And what is this anyway? Ah, it's a growth monument. Let's also have a happiness monument somewhere. Here. It's a stadium. Current competitions, WrestlePalooza. So many participation trophies, yeah, seriously, so many. It's always getting to the point where it's patronizing. Oh, you can make a hedge maze, that's kind of neat. Those very well-known Greek things, hedge mazes. I want a hedge maze somewhere. The elites are too easy to set up and they just shit monkeys and the economy is broken. No wonder the Greeks got soft and lost to the Romans. Yeah, well, did they lose though, really, right? I mean, even the Romans kind of acknowledged that, like, okay, they won the military victory, but the Greeks were the ones with the culture. I often feel like it's basically Europe and America, right? If you look at all the Discord arguments of Euros versus North Americans or Americans, it's kind of a similar thing, right? They're all like, oh, we're big and strong, and then we're like, yeah, okay, but we're cultured and cosmopolitan, and we've got all the cool stuff. Anyway, we will be truly respected throughout the Greek world. You've experienced what it's like to establish colonies abroad, making a more tricky political situation. Oh god, more diplomacy stuff. Greek politics can be both dangerous and lucrative. You need to depend on your allies and subjects if you are to survive and prosper in this world and find success on your many adventures. To complete this episode, you need to conquer your rival, Nemea. You may not be able to do this without some help. Oh boy, this is gonna be annoying, right? A city can be your ally, a rival, or a subject. Subjects are colonies you've established or vassals you've acquired through conquest. Allies will help you and will trade with you. Rivals consider you a competitor, don't want you to succeed. Subjects will do what they can. You might want to conquer a city, or you need to, you need to conquer Nemea. Click the attack button. If you're attacking a rival, any allies willing to join you in the attack will appear in the lower right corner of the screen. If you successfully conquer the city, it will become your vassal. Attacking allies can have disastrous ramifications whether you win or lose, because your allies won't trust you anymore. You have to pay tribute. If you lack the forces, you can simply raid for plunder. Conducting a raid is not as risky, but it's also not as rewarding. That's the other one, there's things like, why even have that mechanic then? Tell them what you would like to get as plunder, making demands, have fun conquering Nemea. Is there any indication whatsoever what it would take to do that? No horsemen. Can commit these guys. Support from Halikarnassos. Absolutely no information about whether that's enough or not enough. It's easier to build a Grand Insula block in C, or harder to build a Grand Insula block in C3 than estates in Zeus. Well, yeah, I mean, also because like the elite buildings, you just put them down, right? All you need to have is like some built-up resources, and then you just put them there. Whereas, and there are also anyway way fewer types of housing that you can cycle through. Okay. The cities have two icons above them, estimating their military and economic strength. Okay. So that's this here. So we have Nemea here. So we have these two icons. But I don't know if that tells me anything. Do you mean these here? Yeah, one shield means it's an easy target. Okay, what does an easy target mean? Like, how many troops are we talking? Because I kind of don't feel like doing a whole bunch of stuff and then failing because I don't get any information. I mean, it's tricky enough with like, you know, Roman cities being attacked in Caesar, and you kind of have to guess how much you need to send. One squad may not be enough. With one squad and Halicarnassos be enough? I assume you can also only use phalanx in the conquest, or you know, other elite troops, and not also your little stone throwing men. What I'm sort of hearing is that they want me to make horsemen and then use them. It should be pretty easy to build more elite housing here as well. Oh yeah, you need to first set up all the appeal. That's also a little silly, but we can do that. It's a little annoying because it means you have to sort of think about like how do you design around it. So let's see, you have these ones are 3x3, is that right? How big is that? Yeah, okay. Got it. Like so, right? Ah, one too many. It should be here. Right, and then we need more appeal. So you spend a whole bunch of money on like fish ponds and other nonsense. Everybody likes a fish pond after all. Make this a boulevard. We cannot make this a boulevard. What's your... Ooh. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Let's have some flower gardens. Hooray, we can do it. Oh. Oh nice, that's actually good enough. I guess just for the sake of it we will do the same with all the rest here. Let's have some more flower gardens here. Another fish pond here, another fish pond here. There you go. I mean, that does look nice. Honestly, this in some ways seems like some of these things are better suited to a theme park building game than this one. I want to be wine, man. Doesn't seem to matter at all where you put any of this, so we just put it somewhere. Those are the dairy places, okay. Growers Lodge, maybe here. Another winery, and another winery, why not? No idea if that's enough grapes or not. Can always add more, because it doesn't matter really. We have horses here, or rather wheat for the horses here. And these guys are becoming estates, that's very good. Willing to buy more pieces of sculpture, that's also really good, I'm sure. Some armory. I kinda like how the armor looks. Okay, so we've got a phalanx, we've got a horse guy. Is there a limit to the amount of like units like this you can have, or do they replace like the stone throwers with better ones? I wonder if I should also build a trireme thing, or do we not get one? Doesn't seem like we get one. We tax these guys. Oh, I'm actually not doing amazing on money. I guess because I'm importing a lot. I need to sell sculptures. How do I do that? Or what do they need? Okay, that all seems quite straightforward so far. We're actually making some money as well, because we're actually taxing these people, and we're actually selling, or going to be selling sculptures. You know, we do not make money. Oh yeah, that's a bit better. I got some money in. So again, the real question is something which we do not know. Yes. When do we have enough troops? Do I need to build more horse ranches to have more horse guides, or what's the deal? I can try that. Or we can just see if we can do it. Our city is this. Halikarnassos is loyal. I guess we would need to make these guys more sympathetic to us. Do they need anything? Request money. They will not give me defensive aid. They don't want anything. Give them a gift of something, but that doesn't seem to be very useful. So that's also not very helpful. So I guess I'll just have to guess that that's gonna be enough. Well, let's give it a go then. No, we actually do have multiple now. List all. Let's try that out. We'll see what happens.
No wolf will catch my sheep, not while I'm here anyway.
I hope we see some action soon. This armor is starting to get itchy. I hope we see some action soon. This armor is starting to get itchy.
My horse is getting restless. I hope an enemy comes soon.
If you give them something they buy, that boosts their opinion a lot. Ah, okay. I guess it's too late now for the expedition, but that is good to know. In case it fails, I'll try that. I don't tell you that, but I guess that's something you should just find out. In the meantime, I can entertain myself with more beautification works. Because let's be honest, that does look pretty nice. You don't have that in Caesar. These guys don't get enough clean water access, and that is because, well, that's a gazebo. Why are they not getting clean water access? Another fountain somewhere? I guess they don't go diagonal, huh? Put you here. Yeah, this whole section is completely devolving. Everybody is out of water access. Did the waterman start going a different direction? Well, here's water guy. Ah, Ymir has fallen before the might of your military forces. Well, isn't that impressive? You have got what it takes to become a truly great leader. You have learned all that you need to know to survive in the dog-eat-dog, or is it god-eat-god, world of Greece. The next and final tutorial presents a large, prosperous city for your observation. Because we all love to observe things. This is the final tutorial for Zeus, Master of Olympus. Here you'll find a large, prosperous city for you to explore and study, complete with sanctuaries dedicated to Apollo and Ares. Ares will patrol the streets, accompanied by his fearsome dragon. Okay, cool. And you may consult the Oracle of Apollo to see into the future. There are goals in this lesson, no pressure to move on. You may want to return to this tutorial often to see how certain industry works or to peruse the interface. Hints and tips. Suck up to your neighbors. Give them goods and stuff. Blah blah blah. Butter up your rivals. See into the future with oracles. Pray to the gods. At least you don't have oracle spam here. Don't forget to pray to the gods in their sanctuaries when you need help. They will do all sorts of useful things, but apparently they're not required. It's more like a bonus. Lay out roads, decrease walker travel distance, foresight, pace yourself, use culture venues, yada yada yada. Protect your palace. Moving your whole military. Ah, okay, you can drag a box around all of the standards. That does make it easier. Short bridges can be built over the earthquake. Alright, I will have one look at this. See what this does. Pray to the great Ares. He will go to war with your soldiers. Fantastic. And we have the Oracle of Apollo, which we can consult. The mysterious and enigmatic Oracle has nothing to predict at this time. That is indeed mysterious and enigmatic. Your city's contestants stand a greater chance of winning the Panhellenic Games, and Apollo will defend your borders against monsters. He will also remove illness from the city. He cannot fulfill it yet, he will when he gets an opportunity. Okay. Cool! Well, okay, that gave me a first impression of this. I think I will also call it there, because it's getting a little late. I have actually still a little bit of eating to do. And I just wanted to get an impression of what the game is like. I can definitely see that there are some interesting concepts in this game. I think they had a lot of really interesting ideas. Definitely ideas that in some sense go beyond what Caesar offers. I also actually like some of the graphics, and especially some of the animations I think are really well done. But the game has clearly a couple of like very substantial mechanical problems. In particular, the kind of unnecessarily obtuse and clunky implementation of many of the ideas. If you compare it to Caesar, which doesn't actually have that many ideas, but implements them very smoothly in a way that just interlocks really nicely. I think that's where a lot of Caesar's strength comes from. And the other thing is, of course, Caesar having very good voice acting, and this game does not have very good voice acting. Let's just leave it at that. So I don't know if I will come back to this game at all, but at least I have been able to satisfy my urge to get a sense of what it is like, which I do think is kind of cool, and I do like that they have something that's Greek themed and that does look different. So yeah, that is going to be it for now, and thanks everybody for hanging out. I'm going to get some food and be seeing you.